Alright, free notification, gang. It's wonderful, Rip. Yeah, the Life is Strange game came out, but I'm not going to stream it. I don't think it would be very fun. I like the idea of it, but I already know it wouldn't be very fun. Thanks to the resub, JFK and the Prime Polar Baker. And the Prime Crunch Tobot. What time are you streaming Riptide tomorrow? I think pools start at 1, so probably around 1. Thanks to the resub, Sarge and the Prime Geo-Roar in Tier 1. Psych Gam. This is resub Aladius. I did hear about the Devon half-door fight. When's it supposed to take place? And thanks to the resub Nate and the Bits Jaws. Doing alright, hope you're doing well. Moist Esports has a tournament tomorrow. It's Riptide. Cola and Aaron are competing. I'll be streaming it probably around 1. Thanks, Chuma. Glad you liked it. Thanks to Prime Elysium. Thanks to the resub Solemn Player and Sloppy Nip. No, I haven't seen the slime one. I know about it though.
You've come, friends.
Thanks for the raid,
Of fate
Mingo
shall
Art.
open. I've been
That was
waiting
sweet.
for you, friends.
Hope you had a good stream. Thanks to the resub Slime and the Prime Lava Lord. Thanks, Mingo. Thanks to the resub Karin. Yeah, I like System of a Down. Yeah, I know about the new Lamino video. We'll probably watch it at some point. Don't know about tonight, but we'll see. Thanks to the gift sub Cablestone and the resub Grizzy Boy. And 2 gift subs Polar Baker. I'm doing alright, hope you're having a good day. Next to tier 1 Goonie Boy. In the resub, Big Hoss Alex in the Prime Donok in tier 1 Lavender Alex. What's the UK subathon? Next to tier 1 RMC Cola. That's the first I heard of that. I wish him luck though. Sounds cool. Next to 5 gift subs 5. K5. Yeah, I watched the PlayStation showcase. Streamed it yesterday with Jackson. There was some good shit in there. Only a couple of stinkers. Hey Gothic. Hope you had a good day. Thanks for the resub. Next to the resub, Rocketron. Yeah, I'll do Darman later. I haven't caught up on Darman in a while. Next to Prime, Dunks. Next to tier 1, Mac the Salesman. The Bits Victor. You gonna play Wolverine? Yeah, I play like most new games that come out. And that one seems like it'll be cool. It's Insomniac. Exit 2 gift subs, Alex. Hope you're doing well. I did see Jagex reverse their decision. Pretty impressive stuff. Very rare to see. Thanks to the resub, Sin. Thanks to the bitch Goober. And the resub, Eztrol. And the tier 1, Tyrone Ockley. I'm gonna probably watch the new Lamino video a bit later. Same with Darman. Those are the main two. Those are two I know I want to check out. Thanks to the resub, Kelly. That's about it. Everything else will just play it by ear. Thanks to the gift sub, Lando, and the resub, Smitty. Enjoy your Destiny grind. Thanks to the resub, Wi-Fi. And the tier 1, Dario Seric, and the resub, Binjules. Apparently Steve's actor enjoys what? D&D. Steve's actor. Who's Steve? You talking about Blue's Clues, Steve? Or are you talking about Darman Steve? Oh, the Darman Steve. That guy's fucking great. You see EDP uploaded. I keep hearing about that. I don't really believe it, but I'll look for myself. Seems like some YouTubers are talking about it. It's this one. EDP 445 all accessed. I assume his channel got taken down right away. I think this is just a channel that re-uploads all his old content. Thanks to the resub, Thick Milkman, Laniel, and tier 1, Avabers, and the resub, Luke. Very avant-garde. Take that, haters. You thought he was a pedophile? Nope, he just likes cupcakes.
4th of July cupcakes.
But this is this is super old.
Pretty fucking good, too.
This is not a new upload. What? Why do people keep saying, like, EDP's back? Hey, Hernandez. Thanks for the 10 gift subs. Hope you've had a good week. That is pretty wild, Rip. And thanks to the 5 gift subs, MoistCr1tikal, and the resub Sivey. And the bits, Zach M. I played Siege like 4 days ago. It was alright. How is this new? July 3rd, 2021. Thanks to tier 1, Lick the Stamp, and the resub Yuzu, Frozen Fury, and gift sub James Jelly. And the resub Liam Pierce. It's new to me. Well, checkmate. Thanks to the gift sub JC. He's eating 4th themed cupcakes, not on the 4th of July. Well, why does it say newly discovered 7/3/21? That would be July 3rd, 2021. He's a tier 1 Dan Wild and the resub Jaegerist and the bits Zeal and Battery. No, I'm not going to be playing Life is Strange. Wishing you a speedy recovery, Mandy. Good luck. Next to the resub Dirty Sprite. Strutting that ass does not sound like something I can watch on Twitch Polar. I like the title, but I don't think Twitch would allow that. Thanks to the resub Beard Death. Unless it's a local news. Hold on, let me look it up myself. I do love that local news shit. This? Thanks to tier 1 Keensta and the resub Kinda Sus.
Who else is going? Who is walking there? But who else?
I know how bad they are. Why don't they just walk the gutters? It ain't a far walk. It's just 38 miles.
I can't understand a word he's saying.
Why don't you walk the gutters?
Walk the gun?
I'll walk. Yeah, I can walk the gutters. Why don't you walk the gutters?
I don't need to walk the gutters.
Well, shit, no, you don't. You're gonna put everybody else walking the gutters. Why don't you just walk the gutters?
What word is he saying?
All
The
right,
gun?
let's go.
All right, hang on. Let me do this one time.
Gutter. Gutter. Gotcha.
Let's go walking.
What does that mean? Walk the gutter. There's your resub Toasted
How about
chats.
strutting that ass? You'll be so goddamn fucking tired. By the time you get to New Hope, you won't be strutting that ass. You'll be so goddamn fucking tired by the time you get to New Hope that you won't be strutting that ass. You'll be.
Damn. This guy's got a lot of passion.
Me?
Yeah.
Not a lot of
Because
teeth, but
everybody
the
wants
passion's
to
there.
run. Everybody wants to run. That's good. Run here at the Gunnersville. I'll walk. I'll be right behind them and see how far they can run. It's a chauvinistic pig attitude that you're gonna do something because you work at the Arsenal and you got a fucking Mercedes-Benz and you ain't gotta walk every day, so you're gonna get out and strut that ass.
I don't know what that
Strut
means.
that ass. Strut that ass. Strut that ass.
But he's having
You
fun.
start walking, my friend, and you get 10 and 15 miles on the highway, you won't be strutting that ass. You'll be half dead by the time you get there.
What a
it's
philosopher.
chauvinistic
This is deep.
pig attitude that Clinton's got. Strut that ass, strut that ass, strut that ass, strut that ass. And when you walk about 15 or
Thanks to
20
Reset
miles,
Joke,
you won't be
Layden,
strutting that ass. You'll be
Code,
so fucking tired,
the Prime Odin.
you won't be hard to hold that ass up. Ooh. You won't be strutting that ass.
Is this like a skit or something, or
You
is this a
won't be
real
strutting
human
that
being?
ass when
Wow. Good for him. He had fun. Thanks for some Keanu Steves. I've seen the American Dad speedruns. Thanks to the resub Orphan. I think I've seen that, Orphan. Wall Street Traders 1980. It sounds awful, but sure. Very intense 1980. This is real.
$350 Swiss.
Wird ja wahrscheinlich nicht so toll werden hier.
This is pretty intense.
Zurich, 23, Citibank.
This is just one of Citicorp's nerve centers, its foreign exchange room. Each day, it moves $1.5 billion in currencies from 30 different countries.
Basically, what we do is we buy and sell currencies against the dollar. We do it both for our own account and for the account of our customers.
This is very real.
The key feature here is speed, trying to follow what's going on in the international markets so that we can anticipate and catch trends as they occur.
At Citicorp, nuances.
Oh, this looks boring. What a boring job. A lot of money, though. Good for them. We'll do Lumino a bit later. 60 square foot apartment in New York. Haven't we seen that? Yeah, we've seen this. It was still like $800 a month too, because it's New York. Thanks to the resub Mully Pully. Has Gemini Home Entertainment been recommended to a lot of people recently? Because people constantly ask for that. I'm very familiar. It's not my favorite, but we'll let it ride. Oh wait. Oh, you wanted the explanation of Gemini Home Entertainment. This I haven't seen. Thanks to the gift sub Johnny and the resub Gilding.
After the huge success of a YouTube channel known as Local 58, many similar channels began crawling out of the woodwork claiming to have found lost media between the 1930s and 80s. While many of these started out as carbon copies of Local 58, quite a few have managed to steer away from the original idea and tell their own story. And there is one out there that has intrigued me more than any other. It includes strange videos disguised as documentaries found on VHS.
I think it's so fucking boring.
Along with its very own video game that is free to play online. Prepare yourselves. We're about to enter the universe of Gemini Home Entertainment.
I don't think Gemini Home Entertainment's just... I don't find it interesting. Thanks to the resub Drew. Of course I've seen unedited footage of a bear. Gemini Man is the worst movie. That's the Will Smith movie, right? It's pretty bad. Exit Tier 1. Severus Vapes. And the gifts of Julk and Prime Overlord.
We begin our journey with a VHS tape called World's Weirdest Animals, a documentation of strange animal life found in the American state of Minnesota.
The greater prairie chicken. Native to central North America, greater prairie chickens are well known for their
yeah, the new
prominent
Matrix
air
trailer was
sacs and
fine.
protruding
Not great,
ear-like
but fine.
feathers. The burrowing owl. Once found all over the Americas, this small critter is now far more elusive. As their name suggests, these creatures create large burrows for their nests
sweet. Well,
instead of
thank you,
creating
Kingston.
ones in trees.
All seem to be going well for the first couple of animals, but then we get to Animal 3.
Uh-oh. It gets real spooky.
Woodcrawlers. Found all over North America, these animals are excellent hunters, being able to tread most terrain without making a sound. Their preferred nesting locations are in sight of the homes of large families, where large swarms can adapt easier.
Thanks to the resub
You
Forsaken.
will hear screaming. they stole their voices.
Wow, fuck.
The video continues with someone recording a family from outside of their home, but just by looking at their stances and the strange movements coming from their mouths, something is clearly wrong. This isn't a home belonging to humans anymore. It's a nest.
That was clear.
Burn the bodies.
That's what I thought.
Lest they stand up again.
It ended shortly after our cameraman was spotted, leaving us to wonder what exactly happened.
Charlie just hates horror. I hate bad horror. No, that's not true at all either. I love shitty horror, which that's all there is.
Artificial computer learning
I find it
and
really
our solar
entertaining.
system may appear to
But
not
Gemini
be
is just
connected
boring.
on the surface, but all serve a purpose to the story. For example, artificial computer learning introduces us to a company known as Regnad Computing, Regnad being danger spelled backwards. The company have been specializing in artificial intelligence using what they claim to be revolutionary
Andrew Green,
methods. They
resub Robot
demonstrate this
Chicken, and
technology
resub
by having
Cube
the
and
system
Dmart.
complete a children's story after only being given one sentence about a man named Jack. Each time they do this, the story becomes more cohesive, but at the same time, more sinister. Constantly talking about
There
the
100%
demise of
is
Jack
good
and
horror.
his friends, leading to
Yeah,
the
like
final
Hereditary.
story having
It's just
nothing
very
to
rare.
do with Jack and simply asking us, do we see the hungry eye? The hungry eye is foreshadowing the events in the Our Solar System video, which goes through each planet one by one with an interesting fact we may have not heard of before. That is, until we come to Neptune.
Yeah,
tells
it's
us
like
there's a
Local
storm
58.
region. It's mutated.
I'm just not a fan. I don't find that like ARG kind of shit very interesting. I did when I was younger. Thanks to the gift sub, Rimiel. And the resub, Travis. And Dylan. I'm sorry to hear that. That'll get easier though. You'll find someone better. Well, yeah, pretty much every ARG is kind of the same. Next to the tier 1, yeah, Jolene. I know, I really want that Kento Bento second part. We've been waiting for so long! Ugh. I want to see the second part of this. Thanks to the tier 1 Beavens. And the resub Akuka. What? Thanks to the resub Axel DM. And the resub Elvection. Mayonnaise on an escalator. That sounds pretty intense. Hold on. Alright, let's see it. Let's see how this mayonnaise does. Exit resub Rainbow Bell, Amity Trash, and the gifts will begin Remy. You say that people need keys jingled in their fucking face, then you get bored and complain we have to watch something that isn't immediately interesting. It's super hypocritical. What a fucking outrageous complaint. A, you say you have to watch. No, I don't have to watch. If it's not something I find interesting, which is something I already know about, Gemini Home Entertainment, I don't have to watch it just because you keep asking for it. I see that you're a huge Gemini Entertainment fan, but I'm personally not. Doesn't mean that I have to fucking watch it just because you like it, nor does it mean I have to like it. It's an uninteresting derivative ARG, just like every other fucking ARG that came before it. I don't find them interesting. And I still watched 5 minutes of something I already knew about and already knew I didn't like. Fucking, such a dumb complaint. That's not hypocritical. I watch all kinds of slow shit, like last time, the history of the 16 star, all 50 minutes of it. Glued to it, and I wouldn't exactly call that extremely high-octane, exhilarating action. It's crazy. Fucking crazy, just because I don't like your Gemini home entertainment shit. And this also sucks, by the way. I was expecting a lot more from this mayonnaise. Exit Tier 1 static in the resub Subliminal and Static Seduction. In the resub Wake and Bacon. And Eldritch. But as advertised, that was mayonnaise on an elevator, so I can't be mad about that. Long Lawn Man was a really cool advertisement. Exit Tier 1 J-Bob and the Prime Mafiana. Next, they give some Kit Kat. You keep asking if I'll be watching the new James Wan movie. It depends on what the movie is, man. I'm not super familiar with James Wan's work, so it just depends on the movie. Next to Prime Autumn. And they give some Conbaru. The Prime Rafferty and resub Balls to You. Have you seen Darman calling out PewDiePie? Of course I have. Next to resub Bushido. He made the Conjuring universe. Oh. Did he make the newest one? The Devil... What was it? The Devil Made Me Do It or something? That was absolutely atrocious. At least the other two were enjoyable. That one was miserable. Exit Prime Podge. Just 1 and 2? Alright, well that's good then. Thanks for the gift sub, Wise. Yeah, we're gonna watch the Lamino video in a bit. You keep... What's this one? Kid leaves his stoop. Oh, I know this channel. We watched the Simpsons video here. Thanks for 2 gift subs, Smokey. Thanks for the gift subs, Psycham. Did you find Conjuring 1 scary? No, it was just enjoyable. It's at least an entertaining movie. I don't think they're scary, but they're at least fun. Thanks to the bits, Kit Kat. How a 28-year-old man destroyed England's oldest bank. This one?
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. Over 230 years, through world wars, the rise and fall of nations and industries, revolutions and uprisings, Barings Bank persevered. Founded in 1762, Barings Bank was an English institution associated with class, longevity, and strength. So much
Science?
so that even the Queen of England had an account.
I don't think this is really science related.
Then, in 1995, this grand banking legacy was destroyed, brought down by a single rogue trader by the name of Nick Leeson. So, let's explore how a 28-year-old from Hertfordshire was able to single-handedly destroy an institution.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
Nick Leeson was born in Wardford, Hertfordshire, to a middle-class home. He was a confident but unimpressive student. Despite his average educational performance, he was eventually able to secure a job with Morgan Stanley. He worked in their futures and options department, giving support to the traders on the front line. In 1989, 2 years after starting with Morgan Stanley, Nick Leeson approached his supervisor and asked to be promoted. Leeson wanted to be a trader, and he felt that he deserved the promotion. Unfortunately, his manager didn't agree, and the request was turned down. But Leeson knew what he wanted, and subsequently, he quit Morgan Stanley. On his quest to become a stock trader, he would come across Barings Bank and send in his application.
Fucking nerd, just get into crypto scams like everybody else.
The application.
At that stage, I probably would be happy to say that I'd never heard of Barings.
But it was a famous old bank.
So, there's no Barings in Watford.
Barings was no ordinary bank. It catered to the most affluent class of people. In the banking industry, the Barings name was respected. It was the safest of all banks, and they could raise capital very easily. Though, behind the scenes, its operations were struggling to keep up with the modern banking world. Leeson described the securities trading department at Barings as being in stark contrast to modern banks like Morgan Stanley.
Just a totally different environment. There was, at Morgan Stanley, everything was new.
Does he do something cool, or is it just something lame?
The furniture was new. At Barings, everything is, just tacky, I suppose. I can't describe it any other way.
Mahunga and Bunny.
From his position as one of the bank's bookkeepers, it didn't take him very long to find flaws in how the bank operated.
No, the Moist Esports event is tomorrow.
Barings Bank was crumbling during a time when most other financial institutions were thriving. Feeding on the good standing that comes with 2 centuries of global trading, it would survive though, much like it always had. But what Barings wouldn't survive would be hiring Nick Leeson. While many in the industry, including Leeson, possessed the intelligence to succeed, Leeson also had a confidence and a way with people that he would wield like a secret weapon. He was charming, friendly, and personable to his colleagues, but not just for the sake of being polite.
Well, not in
he saw
pools,
his
man.
co-workers
It's
not
tomorrow.
as potential companions, but rather
Today was just like doubles and stuff.
Despite working at banks for multiple years, he never considered his co-workers his friends.
Rose
he did not like them, he did not respect them, but he knew that sometimes he needed them to get what he wanted.
It's very easy for me to get on with people, but I don't necessarily have to like you or any of the people that I work with to get on with them. So I come in, I do my job, I do it to the best of my ability, and then at the end of the day, if you're going to ask me out for a drink, I'm not going to go out for a drink with you because I don't like you.
Nick Leeson impressed his superiors at Barings with his keen eye for identifying and solving issues within the bank. Not long into his employment, he was sent overseas to chase down massive sums of money.
I think it'll start tomorrow.
These were debts that were long overdue, but never followed up on. Barings Bank had a habit of making deals that would fall between the cracks, and it was Nick Leeson's fresh eyes that would hunt down these deals and claim back what the bank was owed. Leeson managed to find close to £100 million, the equivalent of twice of that today when factoring inflation. He describes this kind of mismanagement as being fairly typical for Barings. Things were looking good for Leeson. He was impressing his employees. And, while in Jakarta, he met a fellow Barings staff member by the name of Lisa Sims.
Hey, Lisa.
For the first time in his career, he found a colleague that he genuinely liked, and in 1992, the two of them married. That same month, his years of hard work finally paid off when Barings offered him the position of a trader. He would be in charge of a newly founded futures division in Singapore. This was the opportunity that Leeson had been waiting for, and quite possibly
not super interested in this so far. Jesus Christ!
Ever made.
Just a normal guy who doesn't like his colleagues with a bank that's not super
and having
great.
convinced his wife Lisa to move, it was go time. Trading primarily.
I'm not feeling this one at all. Thanks to the resub caffeine.
You've come.
Thanks, Dion.
Friends. The door of fate.
Yeah, of course I've seen those, Oscar.
I've been waiting for you.
Thanks again, Airsoft.
friends.
I hope you had a great stream. Thank you, Airsoft Buddy. I hope you had a wonderful stream. And thank you for the raid. No, we don't do case cooking anymore. People were mean to her in the comments. Oh yeah, I forgot Malignant came out. Okay, Jesus, we'll just do Lamino now. The Enduring Mystery of Jack the Ripper. Ooh, this one's an hour. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. I do like Jack the Ripper. I always found that to be pretty interesting. Thanks to the resub Bunny Peeb. Okay, well let me go to the bathroom before starting it then. Alright, I'm back. Oh. Oh. Thank you for the 10 gift subs, Juicebox Bandit. Appreciate the generosity. Thanks to the resub Masonry and Tier 1 Lee Stag.
Just let me know.
No, I can't say I've seen that, James. I do not really like Disrupt. I've watched a lot of their stuff. I think they jump from topic to topic in the same video and it makes it convoluted and hard to follow. It's awfully pretentious. Their visuals are really cool, but I don't think they tell the stories very well. Exit Prime, Ethan, the resub Juno.
In the late 19th century,
Perhaps
the city
Toten.
of London was the largest in the world, a sprawling metropolis and a melting pot for trade, finance, and people. But in the autumn of 1888, an horrific story emerged from the capital's East End. A story so dreadful it sent shockwaves around the world. One after another, destitute women of the East End fell victim to a vicious killer known as Jack the Ripper. Despite an extensive manhunt and a few close calls, the Ripper was never caught.
Jack the Ripper was
Instead,
in Shanghai
the murders
Nights.
came to an abrupt end.
That's how I learned about him.
Left behind one of the greatest mysteries in the annals of crime.
Exit Tier 1 Delta and the resub Larzified and Toasty. And the bits, 6 pandas. I hope you feel better, Pillow Pete.
In the East End of London, there's a district known as Whitechapel. In the late 19th century, Whitechapel was known for its overcrowded slums, where many of the capital's poor and unemployed had taken refuge. Day and night, an army of policemen would constantly patrol this labyrinthine network of dim-lit streets, courts, and alleys. One such place was a narrow passage known as George Yard. Near the north entrance of this passage was a residential complex known as George Yard Buildings.
Not a very inspired name.
It was the morning of August the 7th, 1888, when an upstairs tenant named John Reeves headed out for work. Upon reaching the first floor landing, Reeves encountered the body of a woman lying upon her back in a pool of blood. Horrified by the sight, he stumbled down to the street below in search for help. Constable Thomas Barrett was the first officer on the scene.
Hey, Thomas.
He was soon joined by Dr. Timothy Killeen, who conducted a brief examination. The woman had been stabbed 39 times, primarily in the chest and abdomen. Dr. Killeen estimated that she had been dead for, quote, about 3 hours, thus placing the time of death at approximately 2:30 in the morning. The woman had likely been attacked where she was found, as no blood was found beyond the staircase landing.
But this was
strange, as none of the tenants in this crowded building had heard a single cry for help or a disturbance of any kind. One exception was Amy Hewitt, a tenant who claimed to have heard a lone cry of murder. But this was early in the evening of August the 6th, and the scream had emanated from outside the complex. Hewitt further explained, "The district round here is rather rough, and cries of murder are a frequent, if not nightly occurrence."
It sounds like a real shithole.
Identified as 39-year-old Martha Tabram. Tabram was a mother of 2 and had separated from her husband many years prior.
Amy
her last
Schumer.
address was 19 George Street, a common lodging house less than 300 meters from the site of her death. Tabram had made a living through prostitution, and one of her associates was a woman named Marianne Connolly. Connolly testified that on the evening of August the 6th, she and Tabram had been out drinking with 2 soldiers. Then, shortly before midnight, the party of 4 had separated. Connolly took her client into Angel Alley, while Tabram guided hers into neighboring George Yard. It was the last time she saw Tabram alive. Barely 2 hours later, Constable Barrett had spoken to a soldier loitering near the north entrance of George Yard.
Well, this is probably the guy.
He told Barrett that he was, quote, waiting for his mate who had gone away with a girl. Half an hour later, Tabram is presumed to have died. Both Connolly and Barrett were called upon to identify the soldiers, but all those accused could provide an alibi. One had been at home with his wife, another at an army base, and yet another in a completely different part of the city. This was enough for Inspector Edmund Reed, the lead investigator on the case, to abandon this line of inquiry. Connolly and Barrett having both picked out the wrong men, they could not be trusted again, as their evidence would be worthless.
Rough.
Even if a soldier had been responsible, no one could deduce a motive. The people of Whitechapel might have been accustomed to crime and violence, but the sheer brutality of this attack
remember when this was on the
as
news.
frightening as it was confounding.
What the fuck are you, a time traveler? What? This was in the 1800s.
The that have occurred for some years. For a poor, defenseless woman to be outraged and stabbed in such a manner is almost beyond belief. These were the concluding remarks delivered at the final inquest held on August the 23rd. Only a week later, things would go from bad to worse.
I remember Jack the Ripper was in the Fate anime. Wasn't who you expected it to be, I'll tell you that much. Leave it to anime to crack the case.
On the morning of August the 31st, a man named Robert Paul left his home on Foster Street and headed for work. After making a right turn into Bucks Row, he spotted a man standing in the road. The man turned around to face him and said, "Come and look over here. There's a woman lying on the pavement." The stranger was named Charles Cross, and he too had been on his way to work when he first caught sight of the woman. The two men now cautiously approached. The woman's hands were cold to the touch, and Cross believed she was dead. Paul, however, thought he could sense faint breathing. But instead of seeking immediate help, Cross and Paul were more concerned about being late for work. As such, they quickly resumed their morning commute, hoping to notify policemen along the way.
Jesus Christ.
Fortunately, Constable John Neal was just around the corner. Neal was equipped with a lantern and found the woman lying on her back with a deep cut across
Chris,
the
there
throat.
is no new slapping, man.
The wound was still bleeding, and parts of her body were still warm. He was soon joined by Constable John Thane, who was sent at once to fetch a nearby doctor. Upon his arrival, shortly after 4 o'clock, Dr. Reese Llewellyn estimated that, quote, "She had not been dead more than half an hour." In other words, Cross and Paul had likely found the woman mere minutes after she was killed. Furthermore, 3 officers had patrolled the vicinity just a few minutes prior. Constable Neal had last inspected Bucks Row at approximately 3:15. So too had Sergeant Henry Kirby, whereas Constable Thane had merely passed the end of the street, none of whom had seen nor heard anything amiss. Upon the body's removal to the mortuary, a shocking discovery was made.
Caramel and
Apart
Cooper.
from 2 incisions in the throat, the woman had also been, quote, disemboweled. No organs had been removed, but Dr. Llewellyn found, quote, several incisions running across the abdomen. He also believed that the killer possessed, quote, some rough anatomical knowledge, for he seemed to have attacked all the vital parts. The victim was quickly identified. Her name was Mary Ann Nichols, and she had turned 43 just 5 days before the murder. Nichols had at least 6 children, and her last known address was a common lodging house at 56 Flower and Dean Street.
Oh, and that's not happening, punks.
On the night of her death, Nichols had been turned away from a lodging house on Thrall Street as she lacked the funds to pay for a bed. Seeking to raise the money through prostitution, Nichols had then ventured down Osborne Street before meeting her friend, Ellen Holland. The two of them shared a brief exchange, but Nichols was visibly drunk. When they parted ways around 2:30, Holland saw Nichols staggering eastward along Whitechapel Road.
Man, they really cover a lot of ground.
She was found dead. Apart from the body itself, the killer had left nothing in their wake. No blood trail, no murder weapon, no witnesses. Inspector Joseph Helson, the lead investigator on the case, stated that, quote, not an atom of evidence can be obtained to connect any person with the crime. While the Nichols case ground to a screeching halt, its similarities with the Martha Tabram case had not gone unnoticed. In
Even
both
their
cases,
sketches
the
are
attack
similar.
had been needlessly ferocious, and there was no discernible motive. Both victims were prostitutes of roughly the same age and moved in the same circles. The only meaningful difference was their injuries. Tabram had been repeatedly stabbed, whereas Nichols had suffered multiple slash wounds. Differences aside, the prevailing assumption was that the same deranged individual had committed both murders. A conviction that would only grow stronger in the days that followed.
Thanks to the bits, Y2K. Thanks to Tier 1 Bros.
As the sun was rising on September 8th, A man named John Richardson was on his way to work. At 4:45, he made a quick stop at 29 Hanbury Street. He went through the entrance and out the back door by way of a cramped hallway. Richardson then sat down on the backyard steps before grabbing a knife to trim a vexing piece of leather from his boot. Once satisfied, he left the building and shut the front door behind him. About an hour later, a third-floor tenant of the same address, John Davis, plodded downstairs.
How many fucking Johns live here? Holy shit.
The front door was now wide open.
This is already the fourth
but
John.
The one in the back was closed. When Davis went to open it, he found the bloodied remains of a woman lying on her back just below the steps. Inspector Joseph Chandler was the first officer on the
Jesus
scene.
fucking
After
Christ!
After inspection, he sent it once for a medic. Dr. George Phillips arrived at 6:30 and found the woman, quote, terribly mutilated. The throat had been, quote, dissevered deeply, whereas the abdomen had been, quote, entirely laid open. The intestines had been, quote, lifted out of the body and placed by the shoulder of the corpse.
God damn.
The body was then conveyed to the mortuary, while Inspector Chandler and Dr. Phillips conducted a sweep of the backyard.
But what does ace pilot John Richards think of this?
But just below the resting place of the
Or
woman's
Prime
feet,
Minister
they found a
John
small
Washington.
piece of cloth and 2 combs. The items had likely belonged to the victim, but it seemed to Dr. Phillips that they had been deliberately positioned and arranged by the killer. The post-mortem revealed that 2 brass rings had been forcefully removed from the victim's left hand. These rings were nowhere to be found. Portions of the victim's abdomen had also gone missing, including the womb. Dr. Phillips believed that, quote, the mode in which these portions were extracted showed some anatomical knowledge. This point was greatly expanded upon at a subsequent inquest. The injuries had been made by someone who had considerable anatomical skill and knowledge. There were no meaningless cuts. For instance, no mere slaughterer of animals could have carried out these operations. It must have been someone accustomed to the post-mortem room.
Thanks, Risa Bluthmore.
The victim was quickly identified as Annie Chapman. Chapman's date of birth is a bit uncertain, but she was roughly 47 at the time of her death. She had at least 7 children, but was tragically only survived by 2. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 35 Dorset Street. On the night of her death, Chapman had been denied accommodations as she lacked the funds to pay for a bed. She was escorted off the premises by the night watchman, who then saw her vanish into a nearby alleyway. What happened to Chapman over the next few hours, nobody knows. Her whereabouts during this time is a complete mystery. But unlike the 2 previous cases, a witness in the Chapman case might have caught a glimpse of the killer.
Oh!
At 5:30 on the morning of
Can
September
they draw them?
8th, a woman named Elizabeth Long spotted a man and a woman conversing outside 29 Hanbury Street. Long was positive that the woman she'd seen was Annie Chapman, but the man had stood with his back towards Long, so she never saw his face.
Useless.
Long did, however, manage to overhear a fragment of their conversation. The man had posed the question, "Will you?" To which the woman responded, "Yes."
Ah, wow, nice, he's in.
Now, a lasting point of contention in the Chapman case is the time of death. According to Dr. Phillips, when he arrived at 6:30, Chapman had been dead for, quote, at least 2 hours. That would place her death at around 4:30. But according to Long, she saw Chapman alive a full hour later. Then there's the testimony of John Richardson. Richardson was the son of one of the tenants in the building. At 4:45, he made a routine checkup on the door to the basement, which had previously suffered a break-in. When he found it secure, he sat down on the backyard steps to trim a piece of leather from his boot. Even though he sat mere centimeters from the murder site, Richardson did not see a body. He was adamant on this point.
Well, yeah, it would have been hard to miss.
To notice the deceased if she had been there.
It would have been really, really hard to
muddle
miss
the
that
timeline
somehow.
Even further, there's the testimony of Albert Kadosh. About 20 minutes past 5, Kadosh had gone through the backyard of 27 Hanbury Street when he heard voices coming from nearby. They were barely audible, however, and Kadosh had only made out the word "no." A few minutes later, he heard something falling against the wooden fence, dividing the 2 yards.
Why wouldn't he check that out?
There's no one way to untangle this web of contradictions, but Dr. Phillips did concede the possibility that he'd miscalculated. That, quote, the coldness of the morning and the great loss of blood had skewed his opinion, which was largely based on the warmth of the body. So, presuming that Dr. Phillips did miscalculate, and the recollections of Long and Kaddish were off by a few minutes, that would place Chapman's death at around 5:30.
Is that super helpful information in this case, though? I feel like that isn't really going to help
the
very
dim
much.
light of dawn would have provided the tenants of 29 Hanbury Street an unobstructed view of the murder site, some of whom had even slept with their windows open. In spite of this, the killer managed to evade detection and even made time to arrange the victim's possessions.
Yeah, it's extremely lucky, I guess.
As the tally of victims gradually mounted,
Exit the Prime,
public
Human
grew
Bear in Tier
increasingly
1.
anxious.
Not the
They were
days.
not only frightened by the murders, but frustrated with the police and their perceived incompetence. Even across the pond were the efforts of the police fiercely criticized. The London police and detective force is probably the stupidest in the world.
What the fuck do you mean? Like, I can't even be mad at the detective force here. This guy fucking murdered a woman in the backyard of like an apartment complex where people were sleeping with their windows open and none of these idiots saw anything? More like London has the dumbest tenants in the world. Like, how do you miss that? And a guy even allegedly heard the body hit the fence and then didn't bother to check. It's absolutely not the police's problem that everyone there is fucking stupid. I don't blame them at all. They've done nothing wrong so far.
What these mocking quotes and illustrations failed to capture were the overwhelming odds stacked in favor of the perpetrator. The police were up against someone who seemingly struck without motive, someone who left no murder weapon and few witnesses. On top of that, the East End was severely overcrowded, while the police were understaffed.
I feel bad for the police.
As one newspaper put it, a man in the East End of London is a grain of sand, as invisible and almost as much beyond identification amid the masses. At no point would this become more apparent than during the events of September the 30th.
Man, this guy is all over the place here. Jesus
On
Christ.
September the 29th, a routine Saturday meeting was held at the Socialist Club on Berners Street. When the meeting came to a close around midnight, all but a few members returned home. Those who remained proceeded to drink and socialize. Half an hour in September the 30th, Joseph Lave stepped outside
Jesus,
to get some fresh air.
it's all Joe and
Lave used the
John's.
side entrance
Oh my
leading into
God.
Duckville's yard and lingered for about 10 minutes.
Are we sure his name's Jack the Ripper and not
Moments after
John
Lave
the
had gone
Ripper?
back inside, Morris Eagle accessed the building via the same
That's a
entrance.
fucking cool name.
He too was a member of the club and had just returned after escorting a woman home. Neither of them noticed anything unusual. 20 minutes later, the sound of a horse and carriage could be heard trotting down Berners Street. The driver was Louis Diemschutz, the steward of the clubhouse. When Diemschutz drove into Dutville's yard, his pony abruptly veered to the left. When he looked down to his right, he thought he could discern something in the darkness. Diemschutz stepped down from his barrow and after lighting a match, could see a woman lying on her side against the wall.
How would you not immediately see
If he was,
that?
quote, drunk or dead, Diemschutz rushed inside the club to check on his wife. When he found her safe and sound, he alerted the other members, and a small crowd soon gathered outside.
No light? Is
They
it
could
so
now
it's
see
pitch
that the
black
woman's
there?
throat had been, quote, fearfully cut.
Even in pitch
And that,
black, I
quote,
feel like
a
you'd see
stream
that.
of blood
Like,
was trickling down.
much more obviously.
Eagle, Diemschutz, and a few others promptly dispersed to find a policeman. While a growing crowd of bystanders waited
No
for
moonlight. I
authorities
guess
to
without
arrive,
moonlight,
there
it's
was no
possible.
sign of the perpetrator.
I didn't think of no moonlight. Because it could have been like a really cloudy night
But
or some
across
shit.
the city, less than a kilometer to the west, an even more ghoulish discovery was about to be made. At 1:30 of the same morning, Constable Edward Watkins patrolled an open space known as Mitre Square. Watkins' beat would take him through the square about once every 13 minutes, and on this occasion, it was deserted. But in the time it took Watkins to complete another rotation, Mitre Square was turned into a crime scene.
I next came in at 144. I turned to the right. I saw the body of a woman lying there on her back. I saw her throat was cut and her bowels protruding. The stomach was ripped up. She was lying in a pool of blood.
Damn.
Dr. George Cicada and Dr. Frederick Brown soon converged upon the scene. They found terrible injuries inflicted upon the woman's face, throat, and abdomen. The intestines had been, quote, drawn out to a large extent and placed over the right shoulder. Among the many lacerations to the face, Dr. Brown noted that, quote, the lobe and auricle of the right ear was cut obliquely through. Based on their expert opinions, coupled with the testimony of Watkins, the woman had died within minutes of her body being found. Back in Berners
Maybe
Street,
Jack the Ripper
Dr.
was a
Frederick
bunch of
Blackwell and
people.
Dr. George Phillips
I'm sure
had
that's a
reached the same
theory.
conclusion. The woman in
Like it was a
Duckville's
cult.
yard had died within minutes of her body being found. But unlike previous victims, she had only suffered injuries to the throat. There were no abdominal mutilations or anything else by which to connect the attack to the others. But the murder in Dutville's yard and the one in Mitre Square were separated by less than 1 kilometer and some 45 minutes. This allowed for a chilling possibility. It was suspected then, as it continues to be today, that when Diemschutz came clattering through the gateway, he unwittingly interrupted the murder. The killer may even have become trapped inside Dutville's yard because the gate on Berners Street was the only point of entry. Perhaps they saw an opportunity to escape when Diemschutz then rushed inside the club.
Damn you!
From there,
Fucking
it would have
Lewis.
taken them less than 15 minutes to reach Mitre Square. Plenty of time to hunt for another victim. But it must be emphasized that this is pure speculation. There is no evidence to suggest the two murders were even connected.
Thanks to resub to Anonymous.
The woman in Dutville's yard was identified as 44-year-old Elizabeth Stride. Stride was a Swedish immigrant who'd lived in London for over 2 decades. Following the death of her husband, she had made a living through prostitution. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 32 Flower and Dean Street.
Thanks to resub Gentle
On the
Lolly.
night of her death,
And
Stride had
Infinite
been
Rule.
seen by quite an abundance
And
of witnesses.
Osama.
First, she was seen in the company of a, quote, respectably dressed
And
man
Berg.
around 11 o'clock. About 1:45, Stride was seen talking to a man who was, quote, decently dressed and had the appearance of a clerk. Then, only a few minutes before the murder, Stride was seen in the company of a man by Constable William Smith. The man was carrying a small parcel wrapped in newspaper and was of, quote, respectable appearance.
Thanks to Prime
It's
Depinder,
unclear whether
Julian,
these
and resub
descriptions are
Mosh.
of the same person or if Stride accosted multiple clients as the night progressed. There were other witnesses, some less credible than others, but the one that really stood out from the rest was Israel Schwartz. About 1:45, Schwartz had been walking down Berners Street. As he came up on Dutville's yard, he witnessed a man throwing a woman to the ground in front of the entrance. The woman had, quote,
he didn't try and
screamed
help?
3 times, but not very loudly. Schwartz would later identify this woman as Elizabeth Stride. Schwartz did not try to intervene, but opted instead to simply cross the street. That's when he spied a second man on the opposite side who was lighting a pipe.
Alright,
The man who attacked the
Israel.
woman then appeared to address the second man by shouting the name Lipsky. The pipe smoker then proceeded to follow Schwartz before eventually breaking away. When taken at face value, this story appears to suggest that the killer had an accomplice by the name of Lipsky. This was indeed the interpretation of some government officials. But Inspector Frederick Abeline, one of the lead investigators on the case, had a very different interpretation. You see, the name Lipsky had gained notoriety in 1887 when a Jewish man by the name of Israel Lipsky was convicted of murder. Owing to the publicity of that case, the surname Lipsky had become an anti-Semitic slur. Abeline therefore deduced that the man who shouted Lipsky was directing an insult at Schwartz, who was described as having a, quote, strong Jewish appearance. The man with the pipe, meanwhile, may have been an innocent passerby who became frightened along with Schwartz. Whether Abeline's interpretation is correct,
so
it's
they
doubtful.
didn't try and help at all? This man...
Nevertheless, Schwartz's account is compelling.
Straight up throws the woman down, getting ready to murder her, and they just walk by?
Elizabeth Stride was attacked.
Fucking rough. Thanks, Risa,
Back in
Morthar,
Mitre
Swifty,
Square,
and Trust
a
Cuz.
large crowd of spectators had assembled upon the
They could have at
scene,
least started yelling, like,
all driven
ah,
by their morbid
ooh,
curiosity
ah,
to get a
don't
glimpse
kill
of the
her.
body. The post-mortem revealed that the killer had extracted a few organs, including the womb and left kidney. According to Dr. Brown, this extraction required, quote,
a good deal of knowledge,
which he likened to that of a butcher. By contrast, Dr. Cicada did not find any signs of, quote,
great anatomical skill.
The woman in Mitre Square was identified as 46-year-old Catherine Eddowes. Eddowes had at least 5 children, but after escaping her abusive husband, she had become estranged from her family. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 55 Flower and Dean Street. On the night of her death, Eddowes had been out drinking. She got so drunk that around 8:30, she was found lying on the sidewalk in Aldgate High Street, surrounded by a crowd.
Glad you liked it, Nash.
The commotion attracted a few officers, who then escorted Eddowes to a nearby police station. There, she remained locked in a cell until 1 o'clock in the morning. After being released from jail, Eddowes was likely spotted in the company of a man in the vicinity of Mitre Square. Only one of the 3 witnesses, Joseph Lavende, had paid close attention
Another
to the
fucking
couple.
Joseph.
The man had the appearance of a sailor and wore a, quote,
reddish handkerchief
round his neck. While Lavende did identify the woman as Catherine Eddowes, he never saw her face. Nevertheless, this sighting was only made some 10 minutes before Eddowes' body was discovered by Constable Watkins. What's so incredibly tragic about the Eddowes case is how narrowly the killer escaped justice. First of all, the only private residence in Mitre Square was occupied by a policeman and his family. They had slept right next to an upper floor window overlooking the murder site.
Jesus.
Second of all, a night watchman and retired policeman had been cleaning a warehouse within earshot
Oh my
of the murder
god.
site. He would routinely hear the footsteps of patrolling officers, yet heard nothing at the time of the murder. Finally, Constable James Harvey had glanced into Mitre Square at roughly 20 minutes to 2. That's right in between the sighting by Lavende and the body's discovery. Harvey should have had an unobstructed view of the murder site, yet he failed to notice anything suspicious. Was it too dark? Was the killer standing just a few meters away, cloaked in shadow? Did one or more witnesses get the time wrong?
Yeah, someone said
While
that
killer
the
did
theory is that
ultimately escape,
he was a
they did
policeman.
not do so without leaving a trace.
I would
Shortly
believe
before
that.
3 o'clock,
But I do think
a
it's multiple
blood-stained piece
people.
of cloth was found near the entrance to a building a few blocks to the northeast. It proved to be a ripped portion of the apron worn by Eddowes. The patch had evidently been torn off and then discarded by the killer upon their escape.
It sounds cute, Hunter. Thanks the Prime G Wiz.
Now, on the wall above this patch of apron, someone had written a message.
The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing.
To this day, both the meaning and the author of this message remain in doubt. Was it written by the killer? Was it an attempt to cast suspicion upon or even away from the Jewish community? Was it completely unrelated to the murder?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that means.
Similar questions would soon be raised by a few letters which had supposedly been written and posted by the killer. Three days before the murder of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, the Central News Agency of London received a letter in the post, the author of which claimed responsibility for the recent murders and to be planning for the, quote,
next job.
Then, in the aftermath of the 2 killings, the same agency received a blood-smeared postcard. It contained details about the atrocities, which the author described as a, quote,
double event.
On the off chance that the letters were genuine, the police decided to make them public. the hope was that someone would recognize the handwriting. Unfortunately,
that's such a weird idea.
Instead, it merely served
I would
to
never
advertise
recognize
the name
handwriting
with which the letters had been signed. Opinions on the letters' authenticity were divided back then and continue to be today.
I guess, yeah, maybe
Most
back
notably,
then.
the Dear Boss letter had promised to, quote, clip the lady's ears off and send them to the police. The police never received such a package, and neither of the two victims had had their ears removed. But you may recall that the right earlobe of Edo's had been, quote, cut obliquely through. Was this a botched attempt by the killer to keep their promise? Or was it merely one of numerous lacerations with no connection to the letter?
It's a tier 1 elite typo.
The contents of the letters notwithstanding, modern linguistic analysis does suggest that they were penned by the same hand. So, hoaxes or not, the authors were likely one and the same. However, the handwriting bore, quote, no resemblance at all to the message written above the torn patch of apron. Now, the publication of the letters inspired an onslaught of copycats. Agencies all over London were soon inundated with correspondence imitating the other two. But at least one of them might have been genuine, not because of the contents of the letter, but rather the contents of a box with which it was delivered. On October the 16th, a man named George Lusk received a small package in the post. Lusk was the chairman of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, a small group of local tradesmen who sought to identify the killer. The package consisted of a letter and a cardboard box containing half a kidney. The doctors who examined the kidney all agreed that it was human, but whether it was the same left kidney removed from the body of Edos could not be determined. It could, for instance, have been an elaborate hoax by a medical student or someone with access to human organs.
It's crazy. Trolls existed all the way back then.
Meanwhile, insisted that the kidney did belong to the victim and that they had fried and eaten the other half. A popular theory at the time, and one that still is today, was that some of the letters had been fabricated by the press. According to Chief Inspector John Littlechild, the letters were, quote, a smart piece of journalistic work. Assistant Commissioner Robert Anderson dismissed the letters as, quote, the creation of an enterprising London journalist. Meanwhile, Chief Constable Melville McNaughton thought he could discern the, quote, stained forefinger of the journalist. There are a few candidates for who this journalist might have been, but there is no solid evidence against any one of them. Whether it was a hoax by an enterprising journalist or the genuine prose of the Ripper, the letters did nonetheless receive widespread attention. They commanded space in virtually every newspaper and dominated much of the public discourse throughout October, a month which passed without a single atrocity bearing the signature marks of Jack the Ripper. Perhaps it was finally over.
It is pretty certain that the master has become frightened and has suspended his horrible work for the present, if not for good.
That's, I don't know about that gloating. Man's calling GG.
On the morning of November the 9th, a merchant and property owner named John McCarthy was going through his bookkeeping.
Hey, John.
McCarthy was the landlord of Miller's Court, and the tenants of room 13 had fallen behind on their rent. McCarthy sent at once for his assistant, Thomas Boyer, to collect the money at 11:15. After knocking twice without response, Boyer went around the corner to peer through a window.
Thanks to resub.
But his view was obstructed by a coat or curtain, so Boyer had to reach through a broken window pane to pull it aside. That's when he saw the severely mutilated body of a woman lying upon a bed in the corner of the room. Miller's Court was soon crawling with police, but the door to room 13 was locked and had to be forced open with a pickaxe. What they found inside was truly the stuff of nightmares.
The sight we saw, I cannot drive away from my mind. It looked more like the work of a devil than of a man. The whole scene is more than I can describe. I hope I may never see such a sight again.
Dr. George Phillips described the body as, quote,
cut all to pieces.
Dr. Thomas Bond described the woman's face as, quote,
hacked beyond recognition.
The abdomen had been, quote,
emptied of its viscera,
while the throat had been, quote,
severed all round, down to the bone.
The body had been monstrously disfigured, with loose organs dispersed all around it. The room itself was sparsely furnished and offered little in the way of clues. 2 tables, 1 or 2 chairs, and a small cabinet.
But what about the security cameras?
Amongst the ashes of a fireplace, the police found patches of burned clothing. Had the killer tried to dispose of evidence, or had it merely been used for warmth and light? The victim was identified almost immediately. Her name was Mary Jane Kelly, and she was the tenant of 13 Miller's Court. But nearly everything about Kelly's life is shrouded in mystery. She was presumably of Welsh or Irish descent and in her mid-20s, making her the youngest victim by far.
Thanks to the
But
gifts of
given
Heaven
that
Sword.
no matching records of a Mary Jane Kelly
Yeah,
have
it's
been
everywhere in
found,
F. I
it's
saw.
probable that she was using a fake identity. In any case, Kelly had not been living alone. Up until a few days before the murder, she had cohabited with a man named Joseph Barnett. They had only separated on October the 30th because Barnett disapproved of Kelly's prostitution and
Makes use
the
of
people with
Andrewski
whom
and
she
Han Solo.
associated. But they did see each other again. On the evening of November the 8th, Barnett paid Kelly a visit. Upon his arrival, he found Kelly in the company of a woman who was just about to leave. Unfortunately, there are conflicting accounts about who this woman was, when Barnett arrived, and how long he stayed. If we choose to believe Barnett, he arrived at some point between 7 and 7:45 and left before 9 o'clock. Shortly before midnight, Kelly was spotted in the company of a man by her neighbor, Mary Ann Cox. When Cox passed the couple, they were about to enter Kelly's room. Cox bid Kelly good night, but she was, quote,
very much intoxicated
and barely able to respond. Once they had gone inside, Cox could hear Kelly singing. When Cox then left the court about an hour later, Kelly could still be heard singing. By 2 o'clock, Kelly had apparently ventured back outside, for she was spotted by a man named George Hutchinson. The two of them were supposedly well acquainted, and Kelly had asked if he could spare a few coins. But Hutchinson was broke, and Kelly was desperate for money, so they soon parted ways. Moments later, Hutchinson observed Kelly being accosted by a well-dressed man. The two of them had a seemingly jovial interaction and began walking north.
Chasing George.
Hutchinson found it suspicious that such a well-dressed man would seek the company of a woman like Kelly. As such, when the couple passed him by, he scrutinized the man's appearance. He was, for instance, carrying a pair of gloves in his right hand and a small parcel in his left. Hutchinson decided to shadow the couple as they proceeded to Miller's Court.
Wow,
Before they vanished up the
Hutchinson!
court, the man handed Kelly a red handkerchief, and she had supposedly told him,
all right, my dear, come along. You will be comfortable.
Hutchinson remained in the vicinity until 3 o'clock, but neither Kelly nor the man reappeared.
So he just sat there for an hour?
Cox returned home. In stark contrast to the loud singing upon her last departure, Cox was now struck by the complete absence of sound and light from Kelly's room. Finally, at approximately 4 o'clock, a tenant above and a woman across from Kelly's room heard cries of murder. The voice was that of a woman, and it appeared to emanate from nearby.
They didn't do anything?
Meanwhile, other denizens of the court heard no screams at all. According to Dr. Bond, Kelly died between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Phillips placed the time of death a few hours later. But some witnesses were quite adamant that they had seen or even spoken to Kelly as late as 8 or 10 o'clock in the morning. Keep in mind that her body was discovered at 11:15. These contradictions are difficult to reconcile, and the precise time of death eludes us to this day.
Well, how about the people that heard the cries of murder? Why? Can we ask them why they didn't do anything? And what about Hutchinson, who just sat there
Mary Jane
scoping
Kelly
it out?
is typically regarded as the Ripper's final victim. Along with Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, and Catherine Eddowes, she is part of the canonical 5, the 5 victims most likely to have been slain by the same hand. Martha Tabram might have been a victim of Jack the Ripper, but opinions are divided. The same is true of at least a handful of other cases. Even the canonical 5 are not without controversy, so the total number of victims is a matter of debate. Presuming that Kelly was indeed the final victim, one has to wonder why.
Marinami.
Why did the murders come to such a sudden end? Did the Ripper give in to fears of being caught? Were they imprisoned for a different crime? Perhaps they succumbed to an illness or committed suicide. Could they have migrated to another country? Perhaps they deliberately changed their modus operandi to confuse the police. The possibilities are virtually endless, which means there is no shortage of suspects.
Thanks to the bits Helio and gifts of Plasmality. Thank you, Enigmata.
Following the murder of Marianne Nichols, a rumor began to circulate that someone called Leather Apron was in the habit of abusing prostitutes. The name quickly made its way into the press, and soon enough it became synonymous with the killer. In fact, Leather Apron was the predominant pseudonym before Jack the Ripper. But the man identified as Leather Apron was soon cleared of all suspicion. His real name was John Picer, and he was in a different part of London on the night when Nichols was attacked. This misguided manhunt is somewhat emblematic of the whole investigation. The police pursued even the most tenuous of leads due to a lack of evidence. And
they should have just hung out at prostitutes' places.
They interviewed thousands, investigated hundreds,
just post up like an officer at the main prostitute hotspots.
In the words of Inspector Frederick Abeline,
"Theories. We were lost almost in theories. There were so many of them."
In an effort to narrow down the search, the police used a primitive form of criminal profiling. The idea was to analyze the available evidence to try and gauge what sort of person had committed the crimes. This profile was prepared by Dr. Thomas Bond, and he described the Ripper as a strong, middle-aged man with an inoffensive appearance who dressed respectably. Bond's most controversial
Jesus, who was that one?
Was
Peter Pan?
Possessed, quote,
"No scientific nor anatomical knowledge."
This stood in direct opposition to the opinions of his peers, most of whom ascribed the Ripper with at least a basic understanding of anatomy. Based on the witness accounts, the Ripper was a man of average height with a medium to stout build in his late 20s to mid-30s. He wore dark clothes, including a hat of some sort, and had a mustache. But this sort of aggregation or tabulation of accounts can be quite deceptive. Not only are many details inconsistent, but they could be describing entirely different people. For all we know, none of the witnesses ever laid eyes on Jack the Ripper. So much is up for debate that one can build a case against almost any suspect. Some have even entertained the possibility that the Ripper was a woman or possibly a man disguised as a woman. While Jill or Jackie the Ripper is an interesting theory, it has failed to achieve any widespread support. What is rarely in dispute is that the Ripper was either a resident of or otherwise familiar with the East End. After all, he managed to narrowly evade capture on multiple occasions, which implies intimate knowledge of byways and patrol routes. He likely had some form of employment, as the murders were committed around weekends and public holidays, and he may have had some degree of anatomical knowledge.
I don't think he did.
With this unshakable profile in hand,
I think he's a fucking
let's take
idiot.
a closer look at a few suspects. The question is, where do we even begin? According to criminal profiler and FBI special agent John Douglas, the Ripper was not only a local, but was likely interviewed by the police. If Douglas is correct, the Ripper might be someone we've already met, either a witness or a person close to one of the victims. What about John Richardson, the witness in the Chapman case who sat down on the backyard steps to trim a piece of leather from his boot? Richardson was indeed suspected by the police, but they found, quote, "not a shred of evidence."
There's a prime hunter.
His mother also lived on the premises, so he had good reason to be there.
Next to give sub Steve.
What about George Hutchinson, the witness who followed Mary Jane Kelly after she was accosted by a well-dressed client? Hutchinson never clarified his motivation for shadowing the couple, He merely stated that he was surprised to see a man so well dressed in the company of a woman like Kelly. Was he surprised because he was concerned? Was he jealous? Was it about money? After all, Hutchinson was broke and the client appeared to be wealthy. Perhaps he waited outside the court with the intention of mugging this well-dressed client.
That's
there are
true.
many question marks surrounding Hutchinson. He has never been positively identified, so next to nothing is known about his life. This makes it very difficult to build a strong case against him. Hutchinson was interrogated by the police, but ultimately convinced Inspector Frederick Abeline that he was telling the truth. But not every witness attracted such attention from the police. Take for instance Charles Cross, the man who discovered the body of Marian Nichols.
Of course, I still watch slapping.
On the morning of August the 31st,
Like
Charles
TV
Cross
beatdown.
left his home on Doveton Street and headed for work. When he turned into Bucks Row, he happened upon the body of Marian Nichols. Moments later, he was joined by Robert Paul, and events transpired as previously described. Despite his proximity to the crime, Cross appears to have escaped suspicion from both the press and the police. He was evidently seen as the innocent passerby that he appeared to be. But in recent years, that perception has been challenged. The argument is that Cross was in the act of committing the murder when he was interrupted by the approaching footsteps of Paul. Cross then concealed the murder weapon and portrayed himself as someone who just found the body. The injuries inflicted upon Nichols would be consistent with an interruption, as they were less severe than those of later victims. What's interesting about Cross is that he likely testified under a false name. He claimed to be employed as a carman, and his address was given as 22 Doveton Street. But surviving records show that in 1888, this address was occupied by a man named Charles Lechmere.
Maybe he forgot his last
As a
name.
carman, and on at least one occasion went by the name Charles Cross, as it was the surname of his stepfather. It is now widely believed that Charles Lechmere was the man who appeared at the inquest, and that he assumed the name of his stepfather when he testified. His motivation for doing so has been the source of much speculation. Was he trying to conceal his identity?
I'm convinced.
Or was it merely a force of habit? After all, contemporary examples of people doing the exact same thing are not difficult to find.
Execute so begin, Steve.
The most compelling evidence against Lechmere is that his morning commute between home and work roughly coincides with the time and place of the murders.
It's definitely this fucking
Except
guy.
for the murders of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, who
Yeah, but they're
were
not
killed
far.
on Sunday, the only day when Lechmere would have been free from work. Not only that, but all the murders were committed around weekends and public holidays. Why would a man who supposedly timed the murders with his morning commute gravitate towards days of rest? In any case, Lechmere's mother lived a few blocks south of Burness Street, the neighborhoods around which is also where Lechmere spent his childhood. As such, it's speculated that Stride and Eddowes were killed after Lechmere paid a late-night visit to his mother. While he claimed to be employed at a delivery firm known as Pickford's, there are no surviving records of his employment. If he did work for Pickford's, there is a fair chance that he delivered meat and would thus have been exposed to slaughter and blood on a daily basis. Lechmere remained in East London until his death in 1920 at the age of 71. While there is no evidence of Lechmere ever being suspected by the police, it is difficult to believe that he was completely overlooked. Many case files have not survived, so any doubts investigators might have had could have long since disappeared. Now, a witness who definitely attracted attention was Joseph Barnett.
Yeah, but it was Charles Cross. I believe it was Charles Cross. In fact, I know it was. After hearing that, nothing else could convince me otherwise. Until Lamino makes a great case for Joseph Barnett.
Was the man who lived with Mary Jane Kelly up until a few days before the murder. He and Kelly had supposedly met around April of 1887, and they eventually moved to 13 Miller's Court. Barnett was employed as a fish porter, but for reasons unknown, he lost his job between July and August of 1888. From that point onwards, the couple struggled to pay rent, and Kelly resorted back to prostitution. Now, those who believe that Barnett was the Ripper view his loss of employment as a turning point. The argument is that Barnett was so overcome with guilt and anguish for driving Kelly back to prostitution that he went on a murder spree, murdering one local prostitute after another in a desperate attempt to frighten Kelly off the streets. While most of this is pure speculation, it is true that Barnett disapproved of Kelly's prostitution. You may recall that Barnett separated from Kelly on October the 30th because he disliked the prostitutes with whom she associated.
Kelly never went on the streets when she lived with me. She would never have gone wrong again, and I should never have left if it had not been for the prostitutes stopping by the house.
This might further explain why Kelly was the Ripper's final and most viciously mutilated victim, the implication being that Barnett felt rejected by Kelly and wanted revenge for the breakup. According to Barnett, he did pay Kelly a visit on the evening of November the 8th, but they had parted on quote, friendly terms. He then supposedly went home, played a card game until 12:30 before going to bed.
Did he play Yu-Gi-Oh?
Now, Kelly is presumed to have died in the early hours of November the 9th, so Barnett could have returned to Miller's Court sometime after midnight. While the police did subject him to 4 hours of interrogation, Barnett was ultimately released without charge.
Actually, gives so this rally. The bit Steve.
Then there's the matter of the locked door. When the police arrived at Miller's Court, they had to force the door open with a pickaxe. This raised an important question. How did the killer lock the door behind him? According to Barnett, the key to room 13 had been missing for some time. Because of this, he and Kelly would quote,
open the door by reaching through the broken window.
The door was said to be equipped with a quote, catch lock, and evidently locked itself upon being closed. If that's true, mystery solved. But even if the door was not self-locking, there's still an obvious solution. All the killer would have had to do is observe Kelly using the window trick and then employ that same technique to fasten the door upon leaving. But those who favor Barnett as the Ripper offer yet another solution. The key never went missing. Instead, Barnett is said to have stolen the key and then used it on the night of the murder. These solutions are all equally valid, and it's impossible to know which one is correct.
Yeah, but it's with Charles Cross.
There is a slight variation of this theory which states that Barnett did murder Kelly, but was not the Ripper. Instead, he merely emulated the Ripper to deflect attention away from himself. Once again, this is pure speculation, but the murder of Kelly did somewhat differ from the rest, in that it was committed indoors. Barnett remained in the East End until his death in 1926 at the age of 68. While it's only natural for suspicion to fall upon witnesses and acquaintances, Victorian detectives did pursue other lines of inquiry. One prominent theory was that the Ripper suffered from insanity, and a prime suspect in that category is Aaron Kosminski.
Who? We haven't heard that name yet. Have we? I don't remember Kosminski.
The Whitechapel murders investigation was overseen by numerous high-ranking officers within the Metropolitan Police. One of them was Assistant Commissioner Robert Anderson. Upon his retirement, Anderson repeatedly and unequivocally stated that Jack the Ripper had been identified.
There was no doubt whatever as to the identity of the criminal.
Without disclosing the name of the suspect, Anderson described him as a quote,
low-class Polish Jew
who was quote,
safely caged in an asylum.
He'd been identified by a witness who was described as quote,
the only person who ever had a good view of the murderer.
This unnamed witness had supposedly refused to testify because the suspect was quote,
a fellow Jew. I am almost tempted to disclose the identity of the murderer, but no public benefit would result from such a course.
While Anderson never revealed the name of the suspect, his colleagues were a bit more forthcoming. Chief Inspector Donald Swanson revealed that his surname was Kosminski.
Thank you, Donald.
Yet another high-ranking officer, Melville McNaughton, described Kosminski as a homicidal and misogynistic resident of Whitechapel. Surviving records show that an Aaron Kosminski was admitted to a psychiatric hospital in 1891. Aaron was indeed from Poland, he was Jewish, and had lived in Whitechapel. He suffered from auditory hallucinations and a paranoid fear of being fed by others. He was trained as a barber, but had, quote, not attempted any kind of work for years.
Thanks to Resub Hexmania.
It's unclear when his mental health began to decline, but upon being institutionalized, Aaron was deemed to be harmless. He was, quote, quiet and well-behaved, and, quote, apathetic as a rule. Only on rare occasions would he get, quote, excited and violent. However, before his confinement, Aaron had once threatened his sister with a knife. The case against him largely hinges upon the claims made by Anderson, Swanson, and McNaughton, especially the claim that an unnamed witness identified a suspect named Kosminski.
There had to be a witness at some point here.
That suspect
These murders were committed in front of fucking apartments.
With Aaron Kosminski. For instance, McNaughton stated that the suspect had been, quote, removed to a lunatic asylum about March 1889. Aaron was first confined in 1891. Swanson wrote that the suspect had been, quote, sent to the asylum and died shortly afterwards. Aaron was still alive at the time and spent nearly 3 decades in psychiatric care. As such, it is possible that the suspect Kosminski was someone other than Aaron Kosminski. It's also possible that these inconsistencies were mere lapses in memory. After all, these events were recounted years or even decades after the fact, and McNaughton even confessed to writing solely from memory.
Thanks, Resub Chad.
Regardless of the suspect's true identity, Anderson was the only one who seemed convinced of his guilt. McNaughton ultimately favored a different suspect and stated that, quote, many homicidal maniacs were suspected, but no shadow of proof could be thrown on any one. Inspector Edmund Reed was of the same opinion. Now we have Sir Robert Anderson saying that Jack the Ripper was a Jew. That I challenge him to prove. I challenge anyone to prove that there was a tittle of evidence against man, woman, or child. So when Anderson wrote that there was, quote, no doubt whatever as to the identity of the criminal, he merely expressed his personal opinion. There was in fact ample doubt and no consensus amongst the police. But in recent years, Aaron Kosminski has been resurrected as a prime suspect due to a controversial DNA analysis.
Oh.
Okay, so back in 1888, Acting Sergeant Amos Simpson
they found his old cum sock?
stolen a blood-stained shawl from the crime scene of Catherine Eddowes. This shawl was then passed down from one generation to the next.
Why?
Before being submitted for DNA testing in 2011. DNA samples were extracted from the shawl and then compared against maternal descendants of Eddowes and Kosminski.
What?
In both cases, it was a match. If the subsequent news coverage is to be believed, the mystery has now been, quote, definitively solved. Aaron Kosminski was Jack the Ripper. But as you can imagine, it's never quite that simple.
That's fucking
First of
wild.
All, the provenance or chain of custody of the shawl is severely lacking. There is no evidence of a shawl being found at the crime scene, nor is there any evidence of Simpson ever being at the crime scene. Furthermore, a destitute woman like Eddowes is unlikely to have owned such an expensive item. Second of all, the type of DNA used to identify Eddowes and Kosminski was mitochondrial DNA, the powerhouse of the cell. This type of DNA is passed down through the female line and is not unique to any one individual. Thousands can share the same mitochondrial DNA, which means it can't be used to pinpoint a specific person. In the words of a geneticist, based on mitochondrial DNA, one can only exclude a suspect. So to say that the mystery has been definitively solved is widely inaccurate. There's still plenty of room for doubt. So, to recap, a suspect named Kosminski was identified by an unknown witness. This was enough to convince at least one senior officer of his guilt. That suspect may have been Aaron Kosminski, a man who was largely non-violent but once threatened his sister with a knife. Aaron can neither be incriminated nor eliminated by the DNA evidence. He spent the rest of his life in psychiatric care and died in 1919 at the age of 53. Kosminski was not the only suspect advanced by a high-ranking officer. A completely different suspect who still falls into the same category is Francis Tumblety.
Damn, that guy looks cool. I still think it's Charles Cross.
2 days
I really
before the
do.
murder of Mary Jane Kelly,
All that made so much
an
sense
American
for Cross.
physician named Francis Tumblety was arrested in London. As you can probably tell from this photograph, Tumblety was quite an eccentric character. He was born in Ireland around 1833, but was raised in the United States. From an early age, Tumblety gained a reputation for being a medicaster or quack doctor. He engaged in all sorts of medically dubious practices and advertised himself as the Indian herb doctor. He promised to cure anything from dyspepsia and scurvy to cancer and blindness using nothing but medicinal herbs.
Man, some things never change. There's still people just like this.
He was either accused or convicted for crimes like theft and assault, attempt to induce a miscarriage, and manslaughter of a patient. He was even implicated in the assassination of US President Abraham Lincoln, but was ultimately cleared of suspicion. Now, in the early 1860s, Tumblety is alleged to have hosted a lavish dinner party.
What are you talking
in
about?
Washington.
Did you even message the miniature journey?
Dinner, and Tumblety
Just message the support man. Why are you messaging Twitch mods?
Of women. Furthermore, he showcased a cabinet
They
in
weren't
his
involved
office
in it. Just message
in
the
which he stored
support
a
man.
vast collection of jars filled with anatomical specimens, some of which were said to contain the wombs of, quote, every class of woman. In 1869, Tumblety ventured across the Atlantic and visited England for the first time. By his own admission, he roamed the streets of London until he became familiar with every part of
It's
it.
been weeks, no
He
reply.
advertised
I know that's
himself as
wrong because the
great
posters would have only
American
got there
doctor
about a week
and had
ago.
a few skirmishes with the police.
Just resend the email then, man.
After a few more voyages between the old world and the new, Tumblety found himself in London in the autumn of 1888. The purpose of his visit and whereabouts at the time of the murders are completely unknown. Tumblety never stayed in one place for long and made frequent use of false names. There is a story of a mysterious lodger leaving behind a blood-stained shirt near the murder site of Elizabeth Stride. This supposedly happened on the night of the murder, and some believe that this lodger was Francis Tumblety.
Nah, I think it's definitely Charles Cross.
There is no firm evidence of that, and the entire incident is fraught with uncertainty.
Oh sweet, well thanks Chainsaw, glad you liked it.
What we do know is that Tumblety was arrested in London on November the 7th. According to the press, as well as Tumblety himself, he was arrested on suspicion of being Jack the Ripper. 2 days later, Mary Jane Kelly was found brutally murdered, and it's unclear whether Tumblety was still in custody or had already been released on bail. Nevertheless, he was ultimately charged with 4 counts of gross indecency, which had nothing to do with the murders. But Tumblety had no intention of standing trial. Instead, he made his way across the English Channel, boarded a steamship under a false name, and fled back to America. He was pursued by detectives and kept under surveillance, but his offenses were, quote, not extraditable. As such, Tumblety remained in the United States and never returned to England.
That is suspicious.
Francis Tumblety was a misogynistic medicaster who was in London at the time of the murders. He even showcased a collection of wombs, and the Ripper did indeed extract the womb from 2 of his victims. I mean, he sounds like the perfect suspect. Perhaps a bit too perfect. There is no doubt that Tumblety was in London in 1888, but the claim that he was a misogynistic collector of human body parts is extremely dubious. It can be traced back to a single article from December of 1888, featuring an interview with a man named Charles Dunham. Dunham had a long history of spreading misinformation and has been described as a pathological liar, a forger, and a conman. He was even convicted of perjury. As such, there is every reason to believe that this story is a complete fabrication.
Yeah, I still was never convinced. I always thought it was Charles Cross.
Furthermore, Tumblety was both older and taller than the man described by most witnesses. Tumblety was said to be, quote, an enormous man who liked to dress in flamboyant and militaristic outfits. It's difficult to imagine a tall, pompous American sneaking around the streets of Whitechapel virtually undetected. On the other hand, it's unclear which, if any, of the witness accounts can be trusted. Then there's the matter of the rings.
In the Prime
You may
Club,
recall
resub
that 2
kick-ass.
brass rings were stolen from the body of Annie Chapman. It's suspected that the rings were taken by the Ripper to be kept as trophies. Now, upon his death in 1903, Tumblety left behind a quite impressive estate. But among his many valuable possessions were a pair of inexpensive imitation rings.
Oh, shit.
Could they have been the same rings taken from the body of Chapman?
That's pretty interesting.
It's possible. It's also impossible to prove.
God damn it! I still think it's Charles
Chief
Cross.
Inspector John Littlechild regarded Tumblety as a, quote, very likely suspect. And it's not difficult to see why. If the many rumors about him are to be believed, Tumblety had both opportunity and motive to commit the murders.
Yeah, send an email to it,
lies the
Scander, and they'll
problem.
get it to you.
Much of what
But
we know about
it'll be there
Tumblety
pretty soon, I
is founded
imagine.
upon unsubstantiated rumors. Tumblety himself was an attention-seeking charlatan with no qualms about lies and deception. With a suspect like that, one can never be certain where the lies end and the truth begins.
I still think Charles Cross.
To theorize about the identity of Jack the Ripper is to navigate a minefield of hearsay, sophistry, and contradictions. Entire encyclopedias have been dedicated to the compilation of suspects, and with every passing year, they seem to grow ever more expansive. Even though there are hundreds of potential suspects, only a dozen or so are worth more than a brief consideration. Some of the more sensational contenders include famous authors and artists, as well as high-ranking officers.
I better see James Corden on here as a suspect.
But these grand conspiracies and elaborate deceptions seem hopelessly contrived against the sheer simplicity of a suspect like Charles Lechmere, an unassuming delivery man on his way to work.
I really think it's
Personally,
Charles Cross, yeah.
I remain unconvinced
Lechmere.
that Jack the Ripper has even been identified as a suspect. The few covered in this video are probable candidates, but it's still possible to make persuasive arguments against them. The same is true of all those left out by necessity. None of them can offer anything more than ambiguity and circumstance. With a suspect pool in the hundreds, that might seem improbable, but London was the largest city in the world, home to the largest port in the world. It was a city of millions, with a large population of poorly documented drifters. It's not difficult to imagine one lowly sailor, butcher, medic, soldier, barber, merchant, porter, clerk, blending into the slums of Whitechapel like a grain of sand.
God, that was good. But we all know it was Charles Lechmere. I think we can all know. The intellectuals will know. Charles Cross, Charles Lechmere are the same person. Charles Cross is the name he went by to testify, instead of his real name, which was Charles Lechmere. That was very good. I really don't like Local 58, but you know what? Just for you. I don't find it very interesting, but let's, here, we'll do one we haven't done before. We'll do a look back. The suspect took psycho serum. Thanks for the resub, Barmel, perhaps. Yeah, I'll probably look it up, Hunter. Not a big board game guy, though. Oh, wow.
Your destination has moved.
This is nuts. Why don't you like it? It's boring. I don't know. I don't find it interesting. I don't find it fascinating. I don't find it scary. It's just like a giant nothing burger. Like, see, there's just nothing interesting there. I'm just not a fan. You watched the worst one. Bro, I've seen 4 of them. including that one I've seen 4. They're all the same. Check out Alex Kansas. Sounds like a porn. Well, actually, it might be a porn star. Hold on. It's not. What am I looking for? Pyramid plasma. What? Is this like another fucking Local 58 kind of thing? Thanks for resub, Captain Kush and Sniperfy. This is literally another Local 58 thing, isn't it? Yep. I just don't find that shit interesting. I really don't. All these ARGs are exactly the fucking same. I don't like it. It's not good. It's not for me. Nothing wrong if you do like it, but it is just not for me. I just find it really uninteresting. Needs to be some marksman. The only ARG I remember like getting kind of into was that really popular one on YouTube a long time ago that I'm blanking on the name of now, where it's just like the dude filming his fucking car or something. Or that, no, that's not. Was it the same one as, was that the same guy who did I Feel Fantastic? That was the only one I remember like being kind of into, and it's because I was really young. I don't think I'd like it anymore now. It's all just kind of boring. Oh, I've seen that, Sea Lance. I've actually seen both of those. Florida Monkey Business. This?
These are South Asian rhesus monkeys. But this isn't Thailand. We're in Central Florida, about 1 hour from Orlando.
I'm really not aware of anywhere else you can go and see.
Look at those silly goofballs.
That's because these guys are Asian immigrants. The Sunshine State is one of the few places in the country to see them.
Cool.
In this neck of the woods, a renegade clan of rhesus monkeys has taken over the shores of the Silver River.
How did they get here?
There was probably a troop of 20 to 25 swinging from tree to tree. It was like being in a Tarzan movie.
Funny you should say that.
Damn, look at those nipples. What the fuck? Looks like Joe Rogan's nipples. Damn, they got some wacky nipples.
These monkeys are here due to one man with a scheme inspired by the silver screen.
Well, the monkeys have been here since the late 1930s. They were brought in by Colonel Captain Toohey.
Oh.
Captain Toohey ran a jungle cruise on this very river. After the 1932 hit Tarzan the Ape Man inspired a slew of sequels, he saw a surefire way to boost ticket sales. Toohey knew folks couldn't resist seeing an island teeming with exotic wild monkeys.
He was right.
Colonel Toohey brought the monkeys down here. They released them on the island.
And he couldn't resist the sight of dollar signs, even at the expense of the rhesus monkey. But there was one thing he didn't count on.
They killed him.
They probably weren't there more than a half hour and they swam off the island.
Oh.
What Captain Toohey didn't know was that rhesus monkeys can swim at 2 days old. What were you doing at 2 days? Exactly. Rhesus monkeys can live anywhere. Swamps, mountains, deserts, even cities.
Good for them.
If there's food to be found, these monkeys will thrive. By the mid-70s, 6 monkeys had turned to 80. How many today? No one really knows.
That's
And
so
some folks in
sweet.
Florida aren't so happy about this monkey invasion.
Why?
Today, they wander the state at will, with sightings as far as 100 miles away from the Silver River.
You don't introduce new species to an area. Sometimes they have a negative impact on the ecosystem.
So don't monkey around, and get here soon in case these primates are sent packing.
I hope not. I've never seen a fucking monkey in Florida like that. That sounds so... Well, then again, I've never been, like, out in that kind of, like, wilderness or anything. Oh, SCP Overlord. Well, I don't like SCP at all, but we've already watched some dog shit. Let's see if this is any good. Oh, it's this. Yeah, this was fine. The effort that went into it was fucking nutty. I don't really want to watch an interview with a 7-year-old. That just sounds weird. Quentin Tarantino, I'm shutting your butt down. This?
Western in that period.
God, I've always wanted to explore slavery in a film before. But I think actually my real reason to I've always wanted to.
This shit is so uncomfortable. Is it?
That actually made me put pen to paper.
I find Quentin Tarantino insufferable.
Black American males a Western hero. Give them a cool folkloric hero that could actually be empowering and actually pay back blood for blood.
And that's the revenge bit. I mean, is that essential to make
Well,
him a hero?
In the case of laying waste to a genocidal white racist class in the institution of slavery, yes, that would be the reason to do it, as opposed to just.
There's the bits exposed cheese. I think we've watched that one already. I love that channel.
And this happens and that happens.
So you can't be surprised by the controversy that's come along with it.
Well, you can't. I don't think you can actually make a movie about slavery in America that it's not going to be controversial.
Are you very disappointed by some of the reactions, Spike Lee especially?
Oh, I couldn't be happier with the reaction to this movie. It's been fantastic.
It's good publicity, I suppose. But
Well, no. It's creating a nice debate. Even the people who don't like the film, all right, are actually.
I don't really care. It just seems like a normal interview. It doesn't sound very fun. Fuck you, Tarantino's cool. I think he's such a weirdo. His movies are fine. I don't think like they're masterpieces. My favorite's Kill Bill. But I just think he's just kind of weird. Like he tried to like fucking kill Uma Thurman. He also was the person responsible for choking out the actress in Inglourious Bastards because the actor really didn't want to do it. But he wanted to take it close to like actually like harming her. So he's the hands on screen you see actually choking her. Though she consented to it, he didn't like force it on her. I don't want to paint him as like he did that without her consent, but it's still fucking weird. Yeah, you don't know about the Uma Thurman thing? That was big on Reddit a couple years ago when that came to light. He was responsible for a car crash that nearly killed her. If I remember correctly, the story is in Kill Bill, there's a car, like a driving scene, and the car that they were using is a real piece of shit. Like, it didn't have airbags, it didn't have, like, seatbelts, it didn't have any of the safety precautions. And I think it was the stuntman didn't want to do it, or Quentin Tarantino didn't want a stuntman to do it. So he made Uma Thurman get in there, even though she had pleaded not to. She didn't want to do it. Made her get in there, and she got into a really bad accident that I believe she still suffers problems with today. Yeah, I think he's a real piece of shit. Why'd she do it? Because it's Quentin Tarantino, and they were dating at the time. His foot fetish is like the least of his like awful shit. Man likes feet, oh well. It's goofy, like it's fun to like point and laugh at, I guess, when he puts it in his movies. But like him doing this kind of horrible shit like to Uma Thurman is what really makes me not like him. Oh, he's also in there was another movie where I think it was still Inglourious Bastards. There's a scene where a woman gets spit on, one of the actresses, and the actor didn't want to spit on her. So Quentin Tarantino is the one that actually spits on her. The spit you see hit the actress is Quentin Tarantino's spit, if I remember that correctly. Like, there's so much shit like that. I think he's a real bad guy. This is another weird thing. That's a pussy actor. It's still weird, right? Like, I don't know. If I was told, like, hey, spit on this person, disrespect them, I need you to keep spitting on them for multiple takes, I'd be like, I don't really want to do that. These are the 5 gift subs. Anti-tech. There's a video of the car thing, which is definitely the worst thing he's done. Is it on the ABC one?
With that claim at the center of a 15-year-old battle between Uma
Oh, yeah, there it
Thurman
is.
and director Quentin Tarantino. Thurman saying this crash left her permanently damaged. Now Tarantino is responding. ABC's Lindsay Janice is here, has that story for us. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning, Robin. Uma Thurman spoke to the New York Times about the misogynistic culture she says she endured during her years working for her.
It was more the misogyny, though. This guy was like an actual fiend.
Tarantino. She told the paper Weinstein sexually assaulted her, but in a separate claim, she says Tarantino coerced her into driving that car that she believed to be faulty.
Quentin Tarantino is speaking
Exit
out for
Prime.
the first time
Damage.
about Uma Thurman's claim that when she was starring in Kill Bill, Tarantino insisted she drive this blue convertible instead of a stunt person. Even
Oh,
though
that's what
she
it was,
says
yeah.
She told him she thought the car was broken. Thurman says the accident left her neck permanently damaged, calling the experience dehumanizing to the point of death. Tarantino tells Deadline Hollywood that the decision to put his star behind the wheel was heartbreaking. Beyond one of the biggest regrets of my career, it is one of the biggest regrets of my life. Check out this split screen. The final film cut on the left, the raw material on the right. Watch as Thurman appears to struggle, losing control of the car, crashing off the side of the road.
I've watched
touching
Clone
her
Wars. I like
head.
Clone Wars.
The crew, including Tarantino, rushing to the scene. Tarantino says he test drove the route ahead of time and thought it was just a straight shot. I was very happy.
Thanks to Prime
thinking she can
Cheese.
totally do this. It won't be a problem. Uma's response was okay, because she believed me, because she trusted me. He says I didn't force her into the car. She got into it because she
Thanks
trusted
to
me.
resub, Zach.
Thurman opened up to New York Times columnist Maureen Dowd about the toxic environment she says she experienced as a woman in Hollywood, especially in the Miramax universe where director Quentin Tarantino and Harvey Weinstein reigned supreme. Thurman says Weinstein tried to force himself on her in his hotel room in London. He pushed me down. He tried to shove himself on me. He tried to expose himself.
Classic
She says
Weinstein.
She later met with Weinstein to confront him, telling him, if you do what you did to me to other people, you will lose your career. Weinstein admits to making an awkward pass at Thurman once, but denies he ever assaulted her. Tarantino says he became aware of Weinstein's predatory behavior after his girlfriend at the time, Mira Sorvino, experienced it firsthand.
Wait, so he knew way before this came to light?
In him,
I don't remember
Thurman
that.
told Tarantino Weinstein also attacked her. While we were getting ready to do Kill Bill, Uma tells me that he had done the same thing to her. That's when I realized there was a pattern in Harvey's luring and pushing attacks.
A lot of people did? I don't remember Quentin Tarantino being one of them.
Weinstein apologized to Thurman or he wouldn't shoot Kill Bill. He also says for some reason now he feels that that was wrong. But back in 1990...
Yeah, but yeah, the car thing's the big one that I always remember. I think he's a real scumbag. But Kill Bill was a good movie. Kill Bill 1 and 2. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood blew some serious ass, though. He's washed up. The hell are cows? What? I don't even understand what that title means. Thanks, the resub Devil's Child. Isn't it from Baseball Doesn't Exist? Isn't this just about Jose Canseco? Oh, it's not about... Well, it is Baseball Doesn't Exist, but it's not the Jose Canseco one. Thanks, the resub, Austin.
Alright.
In 2007, a fake doctor who had a clinic in a tanning salon created a performance-enhancing drug
Oh,
protocol.
actually, hold on. Before we start this, give me a second. I want to fill up my water. I'll be right back. I'm back. There's a Prime, ironically, Alley. I think we watched that Zenasta, yeah.
That served multiple MVPs, All-Stars, and potential future Hall of Famers. It also caused 10 arrests,
Thanks to
multiple death threats,
Perseus
an
and Valkyrie.
investigation from Florida police, an investigation from the DEA, and even an investigation from MLB themselves, which allegedly included investigators sleeping with potential witnesses, paying off potential witnesses, and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy stolen documents from criminals. This resulted in more than 15 players being punished, including the longest suspension in Major League history. One player publicly exposed other players, including his own teammate, for using PEDs to make himself seem less guilty. One created an entirely fake website to prove his innocence, and one player even claimed the drug tester purposely tainted his sample because he was anti-Semitic. And
That's
this
a bold
entire
claim.
controversy created a war between Alex Rodriguez and MLB, in which
Thanks,
both
Reese,
sides
September.
accused the other of multiple crimes, which got people fired and even
Thanks, man.
sent to prison, and concluded with a legendary courtroom showdown which allegedly featured a fake protest, an altercation between lawyers and reporters, an altercation between lawyers and other lawyers, and concluded with someone having a severe courtroom meltdown, ending the most bizarre scandal in the history of Major League Baseball.
It doesn't sound as fun as the other ones that we watched, like Jose Canseco, Kenny Crap. What the fuck was his name? Lenny something. I think he's a tier 1 unknown. I think it's because it's not necessarily like as wild. It's more like the personality based there. Lenny Dykstra, yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. I think I'd rather focus on like the goofy players as opposed to like a scandal. The scandals don't seem as fun because it's a sport I don't give a fuck about. But the people, like the goofy people, are what I care about. Have you seen Jackie Chan How to Do Action Comedy? Yeah, wasn't it the old Cinemassacre video? Because I keep trying to find the original. Did he change the title? Oh no, this is Every Frame a Painting. I remember a long time ago Cinemassacre did one for Jackie Chan, and it got taken down or something because it never got put back up, but this is also a great video. I think Jackie Chan is the best action movie actor of all time, and he will never be beat. Thanks to the tier 1 Magnum Dong and resub plug and gift sub unknown. Steven Seagal is a close second. True. Fucking true. Thanks to the resub, Big Young. Isn't Jackie Chan an asshole? I used to get really defensive when people said that when I was younger because I was always such a huge Jackie Chan fan, but the older I get and the more I know about him, the more I realize like he's not perfect. Like he's very, very, he seems like a very angry father, like angry, the wrong word, strict father. Like he is not a good dad at all from what I've seen, and he has a lot of questionable things that he says. It made me very upset to learn that. He's not like abusive. I don't think you go into the realm of calling him an abusive father. Let me make sure I get this right. His son didn't want to follow like the exact same shit his dad did. And Jackie Chan took great offense to the things his son wanted to do so far. Like, he went as far as to, like, literally exclude him from the family. Literally, like, disown him. Like, he hates his fucking son from everything I remember. Let me find that. Yeah, it was something like that. And he also has a lot of political stuff that he gets involved in that's questionable. Where can I find that story? Oh, here we go. Relationship with Jackie. His son's name is JC. Relationship with Relationship with Jackie Chan during an awards ceremony in Beijing, April 2011. Jackie stated that he would be donating half his money to charity when he dies instead of to his son. Jackie explained, if he's capable, he can make his own money. If not, then he'll just be wasting my money. This is just like anecdotal stuff about why Jackie's mean to about times he was mean to his son. It was reported that he and his father, Jackie, have an estranged relationship with each other. After serving 6 months in jail, JC met his father for the first time in Taiwan, and the two appeared to have reconciled. I hadn't seen him for too long. I feel he's matured this time, Jackie said. Oh wait, this is a happy ending. We didn't talk about unhappy things. It was a family chat. Oh, so it ends on a happy note. Where the fuck is the story about how he hates his kid? That one was immediately not what I was remembering. He's not wrong. I mean, it's still a douchey thing to say. Like, yeah, my son doesn't deserve it. He'll probably just waste it, or he'll make his own money. I think that's very douchey. But where the fuck is the story about his son? Did I get fed wrong information? Because I thought I remember that being a big thing back when his son got arrested. Because it was drug possession, and Jackie Chan really hates drugs. It was marijuana, by the way, not anything like super hard. Was it his daughter? Was it his daughter that he hates? Like, who? I know he hates his kid, one of his kids. The shocking reason why Jackie Chan's daughter is homeless. Oh. Oh, this is what I remember. Jackie Chan's estranged daughter, Ita, posted a video on YouTube to talk about her homelessness. The 18-year-old daughter of Chan and model Elaine states that her family cut ties with her due to homophobia. She posted a video with her girlfriend and social media influencer Andy. Hi, I'm Jackie Chan's daughter. This is my girlfriend Andy. We've been homeless for a month due to homophobic parents. That's what it was. Yeah, he doesn't like his kids. I remember JC was about drugs, and I guess this was homophobia. And I must have mixed the two together. But he's a bad father. He's a very bad father. When her daughter came out as lesbian last October, and then in March of last year, she called the police over domestic disturbance, and her mother was arrested on an account of criminal intimidation. She spent 2 months in the hospital for emotional instability following the event. Modern journalism is just written like trash. I'm sorry, it confuses me. Yeah. But yeah, he's not a good father. But god damn it, his movies are incredible. Steven Seagal is a bad guy too. Don't you ever say that again. Don't you come in here and fucking lie about Steven Seagal. Fear of Depths. I feel like we've seen that. Isn't that a game? Oh, we have seen this and it's not a game. The Hermit Kingdom? I also think we've seen this. Yeah. Well, I've seen this. I guess I didn't watch it on stream. This was old school Vice. I really don't get that. I understand you're trying to be very edgy, Taco. Like, I understand kids love that shit. Like, oh, Jackie did the right thing. Fuck homosexuality. Like, I just don't get it though. Like, what do you expect to get out of that? You're probably not an actual homophobe. You're just trying to think of like some edgy shit for attention. But why? It's so fucking weird. I see that every single time during like game conferences when there's a woman on screen. Fucking losers just like you say that same kind of shit. I don't get it. I really don't. You've sent 11 messages in the chat. 3 of them were before tonight. The other 8 came with you just saying Jackie Chan's right with the homophobia. I don't really fucking get it. Like, no one laughs at it. Very rarely do you get attention aside from now, because I'm just curious. The stage is yours, Taco. I want to hear it. You've been following for over a year. You mainly lurk, and tonight you got real brave to be, like, edgy with homophobia. And I'm just curious why. Happens every fucking time during, like, a game conference. I'm crazy. That can't be the real reason. Why? What is the real reason? What were you expecting? Like, when you type that, what do you get out of it? No, but no one ever gives that attention. Literally ever until tonight, because I just want to hear from them. You expect to get laughs. How? How do you expect to get laughs out of that? This makes no fucking sense. I'm sorry to sit you down here like your parents, but someone needs to. You need some fucking help, man. I can tell you're a kid. And I understand you're just trying to emulate that shit, but why? Never. I've never seen any streamer stop to give attention to it, aside from just like a mod banning or something. But my curiosity was piqued because you're a super special case where you had only said 3 things prior. You need some fucking help, man. Thanks to the resub, Sin, C Martin, the Prime Ada. You need to get the fuck off Twitter ASAP. Your social life will improve. You'll be much more happy. I promise you that, Taco. Thanks to Prime Swift. Was Spencer really a good artist? Who's Spencer? Who the fuck is Spencer? Was that his name in iCarly? Spencer?
iCarly was one of the biggest
I do like
Nickelodeon
Solar Sands.
sitcoms of the late 2000s, and whether you loved it or hated it,
Thanks
you
to
have
5
to
gift sub
admit,
Squiddy.
it was
And I've seen the Skin
weird.
Theory. Thanks to some Fuzzball in the Prime. Adam Tastic.
This is the Kayla nut, named after Princess Kayla Dupree, who became famous for throwing nuts at poor people.
No, don't throw it. Don't.
I cannot even begin.
I don't
to
think I really
explain
watched
how
much of
weird the show
iCarly.
was. And Spencer Shea was one of its weirdest characters. In the show, Spencer's main character trait was his ability to sculpt, paint,
I don't remember
draw,
half of these
and mold
characters.
pretty much any material you could
Except
think
for the
of
main
into
cast.
some bizarre creation. This made him a valuable ally in the production of props for Carly's web show. But in terms of his own artistic success, the show made him go through many ups and downs. In this video, I'll be going through them and
Thanks
taking
to resub
into
Chill and
account
give sub
other
Snake.
factors to determine the answer to this question. Was Spencer really a good artist?
I think he probably was. I don't remember shit about it, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say he was. Also, the director isn't a confirmed pedophile. Dan Schneider is a fucking weirdo who really liked feet with some very questionable stuff in his past. Can't go out there and say he's a confirmed pedophile.
On the show itself.
Very
I hate to
creepy
admit it,
weirdo.
But iCarly was actually fairly accurate with how it presented internet culture. When I was a much younger lad, I thought that their web show seemed too loud and aimless to realistically be popular. But boy, was I
Is it Tier 1
wrong.
Pickle?
Now I can confidently
Resub
say
hosting?
that their web show had 10 times more substance and entertainment value than the average Paul Brothers vlog.
Hey, I'm making a video. I'm making a video. Shut up!
Hell, remember the episode where they staged a fake boxing match just so they could increase each other's clout? Does
I don't
that
remember
sound
shit from
familiar to
iCarly.
anyone?
I
iCarly
actually don't.
was actually right on the money in a lot of places.
I just remember Noah
and
Monk.
That both disappoints and
He was the
fascinates
highlight.
me. Now, since I seriously doubt that Jerry Traynor had much to do with the production of these props, I think it would only be fair to at least mention some of the prop designers who did. Now, I searched as far as I could for information regarding this because I was genuinely curious. And with the help of Tumblr user A Perfect Day for whatever that is, I was given a list of the 2 main prop
Tier 1?
designers listed on IMDb, and the
Stita?
episodes they worked on.
Oh, Tita.
Unfortunately, most people
Thanks,
in the
Tita.
art department had very short profiles, and there wasn't much else to see besides their names, but here they are. Like in my Squidward video, I think it'd be a good idea to start off with technical ability, and I think it's safe to say that Spencer has plenty of skill in multiple materials. In the entirety of the show, Spencer produced several dozen individual art
They look
projects,
pretty
all
fucking
with a
good.
variety of
Better than
materials.
Pollock.
Anything from plastic bottles, to yo-yos, to butter, to pencils, just pretty much anything and everything. And they're usually structurally stable. Spencer experiences many ups and downs in his career throughout the series. It's safe to say that he's definitely not famous, or as Sam puts it,
There's an art gallery downtown that wants to showcase new works by great unknown artists.
Awesome, you're a great artist. And you're definitely unknown.
but he peaks every now and then, such as in the episode I Heart Art. In this episode,
is the
Carly
iCarly
invites a
reboot
more
any good?
accomplished artist Harry Joyner, who is noted as an inspiration for Spencer, to review his sculptures. Initially, he calls them amateur. Now,
I think the consensus is going to be Spencer's a good artist, but I don't remember the show well enough to really want to know if he's a good artist. I definitely did watch it, I just don't remember a whole lot of it now. I remember, like, the best episode, though. When we had Noah Monk on the show, we talked about this. This stuntman nearly died doing this stunt.
Got Gibby. Oh yeah. Gibby!
So the stuntman who did that fall, like they did that for real? Is that the fucking stuntman from the top turnbuckle, like over the set, dropped down and belly flop onto actual just concrete, and he just blew out his entire ribcage. Noah Monk recounted it as like a really scary moment. I don't remember, I'd have to go back and watch the episode. I don't remember if Noah Monk told us if Dan Schneider wanted him to originally do it, if he'd always planned on having a stuntman do it, but that could have been the death of Gibby. Like, for real. It was fucking crazy. Like, he hits it so hard he bounces. There wasn't a crash pad or anything there. He straight up just hits the fucking pavement. Thanks for the resub. Colin. And the resub Lucifer. How is that legal? Oh my god, if you only knew the kind of shit this stunt people have to go through on these sets, you would lose your fucking mind. I've only recently started learning about it. Stuntmen and stunt women in Hollywood, they don't get paid enough for the shit they go through. They really don't. Thanks to the Prime, Biddy Babob. Black belts, a collection of martial arts fails. This. Thanks to Tier 1, Andy Milanakis. Oh, that's good to hear then, Trey. Glad to hear it's good. Let's fucking go! I've got a good feeling about this. Yes! Again? Alright, okay. Okay. So is this to become a black belt? Or is she already a black belt? Oh, a technique like this, she's absolutely already a black belt. Better not talk any shit at the book club meeting. Be the last mistake you ever make. Okay, stop making her punch it. She's gonna break her goddamn wrist. Maniac. Is that even wood or is that a block of steel? Okay, good God. Have mercy. There we go. Next time, let's use some softer wood besides fucking mahogany. He's kicking pretty high. I mean, that's impressive. Nice. Nice, very good, looking good, very good. Excellent technique. Oh, the spinning cuckold kick. You don't often see that attempted. Can you stop hurting the children here, please? Oh! God, Jesus. Nearly took his head off. He's too powerful. So is this all from, like, the same dojo? They're training some real assassins here. Get your come on now. Thank you. Hey, come on now. I'm missing the action. There it is. First try. Exit Prime Blue, Wolfie, and the resub fraud. Now this is self-defense. I always wonder when this would ever be helpful, to have like a routine like this. Like, let's say someone's coming up to steal your wallet. Like, how is this gonna help? Like, you just go into an interpretive dance. It's supposed to be for discipline. Oh, like if you can embarrass yourself using this, you can do anything? I mean, far be it from me to question the efficacy of the technique, but I don't feel like this would get a whole lot of... Like, let's say you're being ambushed by a group of ninjas, right? And then you break this out, you're still fucked, right? Thanks to resub gloves. I'm sure you guys can already tell just by looking at me, but I'm actually trained in martial arts. I was a black belt in Taekwondo. I even won a couple of Taekwondo showcases. I have the trophies to prove it back at my parents' house. So I know quality martial arts when I see it. And this is some of the best I've ever seen. Show us some moves. I'll show you a little high kick. I think I've still got the flexibility. I can't do it towards my webcam or my balls will fly out. But, you ready for this? Pretty fucking lethal, huh? Did you see that? Could you even get how high my leg was on camera? And did you hear my fucking legs pop? My knees popped something fierce there, which only means that I'm a trained weapon. Like, if you blinked, you may have missed the kick. My knees certainly weren't expecting that. I haven't busted one of those out in a long time. Thanks to the resub Alex Creates and the resub Kane. But I bet you're wondering, Charlie, that was a right high kick. Very impressive, but what about your left? Well, watch this. Hold on. Yep. Yeah. You don't want to meet me in a back alley, I'll tell you what. It looks like a gunshot going off, I know. Let me see the gift sub, Alex. Oh, we watched that one, Kron, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's good for the joints, I'm sure. All that popping is helpful. Unironically, I may have pulled something on that first kick. My leg hasn't really felt normal since. I might need to go stretch in a moment, so just Heads up. But that just means I'm getting better. Thanks to the resub limited, Hentai and Bulldog. I hope you like it, Hentai. Damn, she's going off script. Freestyling. Nice. If that board wasn't made out of titanium, it'd be in pieces by now. Vaporize it. There we go. One more. For our city? Nice. Gotham's got a new protector. There we go. Looking good. Damn! Wait, this kid's going in! There's the Prime Speedwagon. That's gotta hurt. There we go. Now we've got the momentum. Easy. Love to see that. Good work. Oh my god. He's surrounded by wooden boards. The most fearsome of opponents. He went to the lumber yard and he's getting bullied now. Little do they know they're going up against the only man. Oh my god. Very nice. Oh, capoeira style, I see. Classically trained. Very good. I don't know why he pushed her down. He's getting too into the RP. Oh, that was a pulled groin. You hate to see that. Let me see the technique one more time. What was he trying to do? What is this? What is this apparatus here? It's just like a bunch of shelves. I guess it's like you're trying to demolish your bookshelf. You'd want to do one of these kicks? Like who the fuck are you fighting here? Are you fighting two kids on top of each other in a trench coat like they were trying to get into an R-rated movie and you're saying no thank you? You're just fucking trying to go through two of them? Yeah, I guess if you just don't like ladders, you can try that. It's an axe kick? Oh. I see. Wow. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh, be careful with that. Let's go! Let's go! You have to really commit to it. You have to really throw your body at it. There we go. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, L. I appreciate the generosity. And thanks to the resub Julianne and Pale Rider in Orbit. What's happening here? Somebody's screaming, oh my god! This is it! Oh. Alright, let's go. Shake it off. We do better in the fourth quarter anyway. Let's fucking get it! My god, he's like a missile! Did he break his leg? What happened? Bro, finish the routine. Break the wood. What happened? How did he even hurt himself? Oh, he absolutely blew out his knee. Oh yeah, he came down like ass on that. Oh, you'd never want to come down straight leg like that. Eek. Oof. Martial arts so good you hurt yourself in the process. Thanks to the bits cobbler. It wasn't his ankle. 100% he either tore his meniscus or like his ACL or something. Thanks to the Prime Baller. Terminator Low Budget Day. Seen it. Thanks to the resub G Fuel Lord. BK Robbery. Thanks to the gift sub Ruthie. Thanks to the gift sub Alley Cat. Well, that didn't work. I actually have seen this video, though. I think most people have seen this. If I remember correctly, this incident was actually what prompted police to be more heavily armed, right? Because the two robbers were like fucking Juggernaut from Modern Warfare, and they didn't have the equipment to actually hurt them and stop them. The only reason this incident ever got contained was because they ran out of ammo, if I remember correctly. Thanks to the Prime King Annie. Hope you've been well, and thanks to the Prime Hannah. Can't show it. The two robbers do eventually die. One of them, I think, gets shot in the foot and then executed. And then the other one runs out of ammo and just gets gunned down. SWAT couldn't take him? No, police weren't as armed back then. They didn't have the equipment to stop them. I don't really want to click on it for even a second, though, because it's like real footage shit, which would obviously go against Twitch. But yeah, police only had handguns, so they actually couldn't do anything. Thanks to the Prime, JK. Was it the ammo? Exclusive Brooklyn ice cream truck tour? Sure.
Hello everyone, this is Al coming to you once again for Kindred Souls of Brooklyn.
Look it up, Bullet.
If you haven't subscribed, please do. Please drop me a line. Today, folks, we're going to do something really exciting. I'm here on Bay Parkway in Brooklyn, right near the Verrazano Bridge. It's a foggy day, so you see the bridge behind me a little bit. But today we're going to do a tour of a Brooklyn ice cream truck. Now I'm going to be on the outside, but we have a wonderful lady. Her name is Zainab, and she works for Carvel Ice Cream, and she has a truck. And she's going to show us how to make some different things here. It's fascinating. I mean, everybody loves ice cream.
This seems wholesome.
Ice cream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. So today, folks, sit back. You're going to get a tour of a Brooklyn ice cream truck. Hope you like it. Stand by. All right, so here we are at the ice cream truck. This is the Carvel ice cream truck. You can see we're right here in Bay Parkway.
Oh, there's even a customer waiting.
Let's go take a look at all the goodies now. This isn't like everything.
Hey, glad you like it, Silence.
You have the A rating. We have an A rating on this food truck, as you can see.
Very good. High grade.
And we're going to give you a little tour here of what they have. They have the ice cream sandwiches. They have the bomb pops. They have the Oreo Dasher. They have Reese's Peanut Butter Dasher. They have the sundaes.
I mean, these look pretty good.
They have vanilla shakes, malted strawberry, all kinds of flavors.
That chocolate thick shake looking nice.
Waffle cones right here. Look at this. Waffle cones, cup of ice cream, shakes. Magnificent. Let's see what we're going to get now. Hi, Zainab. Welcome to Kindred Souls of Brooklyn. Want to tell us something about yourself?
Yes.
So you get a nice thing here over here at Bay Parkway.
Yes,
really interesting. Okay, so she's going to show us how to make a sundae.
Wow, good technique. I mean, this just seems very wholesome. I don't know why you recommended this. Unless you just really wanted ice cream or something.
Sprinkles in there. What kind of sprinkles you want on your sundae?
Chocolate is good.
She likes
Chocolate.
Sprinkles too.
The chocolate sprinkles, whipped cream, everything.
Nice. She's going for the works.
Check the comments. Why? There's people enjoying some ice cream.
Fabulous. Look at that. The heck?
Thank you.
That is a work of art. So folks, this is Zainab once again. Now she's a Carvel fan.
Well, this was wholesome. There were 0 sprinkles. Yeah. She said it's better without sprinkles. Fuck it. How Kona Ice cracked the creepy ice cream truck problem? Was that like a thing? Like a creepy ice cream truck?
Over a decade ago, Tony Lamb's daughter had a run-in with an ice cream man that wound up changing his life.
We're in the backyard. I've got 4 kids, and we hear this music. My wife and I come around the corner, and there is the sketchiest van you've ever seen in your life. And as my daughter was kind of running up to the truck, she stopped and screamed. She screamed.
Well, I've already seen all of it, Como.
Said, but I want a popsicle.
Like, I know everything. Well, I've seen everything about it. I haven't seen his video on it, but I mean all the footage and stuff.
Over and over in their heads.
We said, imagine if that truck would have been nice. Imagine if it was an open kitchen concept. It was all glass you could see in.
Damn, Kona Ice kind of popping off with those customers. Jesus Christ, good for them. That's sweet. Well, thank you, Togas, and welcome. Never heard of that one before, electronics. Thanks for the resub, Chris. Look up Steven Seagal's allegations and lawsuits on Wikipedia. They're all lying. Steven Seagal's never done anything wrong. People just don't understand how powerful he is, and they get confused. What was Fred's... What? Oh, nice. That's a solid one, Isaac. Thanks to resub Ghost. Thanks to the resub Corpse Hashira. No, I don't think I've seen Strangers from Hell. Oh, sweet. Well, thank you. Just Gaming, and welcome. He destroyed the ending of Machete 2. Who, Steven Seagal? You mean made it better? Let me see. Machete fight against Woz. Machete kills again in space. Okay, that's fucking awesome.
Go inside out.
Leaving.
Wait, is Steven Seagal even in this? Hold on. I don't want to spoil anything, but I want to see if he's even here. What are you talking about? I don't see Steven Seagal anywhere. I'm glad I looked, because there is no Steven Seagal, asshole. Thanks to the resub. Ruger. I'm not looking for any wholesome stuff, electronics. You know, I'm looking for some wild, goofy shit. The Gadget Show. Haven't we already watched that? Yeah. It's just a bunch of gadgets. Have you seen Sean Evans and Chili Klaus eat the Carolina Reaper? Yeah, that was way before First We Feast. Yeah, that's a classic. Man smashes window, road rage. This? Or this? Probably this. He's using a baseball bat here, not as cool.
I got a kid in my fucking car, and you're driving like an asshole and you want to videotape me? Fuck you! Is that all?
Wow! Excellent technique! Hey, good for him. And classic trumpet fight on the autoplay, nice. Thanks to big tier 2, Ruthie, in the prime minty. Oh, Steven Seagal was in the first Machete, gotcha. Yeah, true, that was a black belt for sure. That man's technique was incredible. Unsellable mansions, luxury property mistakes.
You're about to go inside one of the ugliest houses in the country, at least from a resale perspective. On the market for a
bet it looks
staggering
like
amount
shit.
of money, it may stay there until someone just as eccentric as its original owner comes along. So with the housing market in an uptick, how do you make sure your own home doesn't become unsellable? Here's ABC's Rebecca Jarvis with tonight's Realty Check.
I just want to see the shitty house.
Staircase railings that seem more than a little out of place. A bedroom that would make a caveman claustrophobic.
This does look like ass.
All those lions. Welcome to the $1 million mansion that might just be America's most unsellable house.
So this is the Kessler estate. It's
Wait, that's huge.
below zero, and there's a bunch of dolphins out front, and they're covered in snow.
Meet Brian Sanders, listing agent on this sprawling mansion. Consider this a cautionary tale in the new hot real estate market.
Low res car is truly an insane car.
We've got
No,
the
I'll check
main
it out.
house, we've got the guest house, we've got the pool house, we have the ballroom conference center, and then we have an apartment that also houses additional guests.
Sanders
Holy
knows
fuck.
that when it comes to real estate, there are some cardinal rules. First and foremost, you never want your home to be the most expensive one on the block. That's just the first of many rules being shattered here at the Kessler compound in Indianapolis. The asking price?
We realtors like to say $1,295,000, which really is $1.3 million.
Rounding up a little bit.
Rounding up.
Making it
Wait,
the
how much-
priciest property on the market in this entire zip
How many
code.
square feet is
What
that?
is the cost of the average house on this block?
The average house is $150,000.
This is like 10 times.
Wait, that's an incredible amount of property for that price. To put that in perspective, $1 million in LA gets you a one-bedroom apartment.
I feel like we're in a
Even if this looks like fucking ass,
basement,
the
this
amount of
room
space
would
you
kind
get,
of be
holy
like
shit.
The party place down here.
This room is perfect if you're in the mood for a cocktail, then a hand of blackjack, and then it's time to get in the hot tub.
And the formal dining room.
What we've done here.
Wait, this is
we've
some
taken
goofy
a trip
shit.
To the Orient. As you see, the formal dining room has a hint of Asian influence with a hint of circus mirrors.
There's really no playing footsie under the table here. I'm blown away. This is definitely the most original house I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of houses in my day.
Yeah, no, it's a bunch of dog
original
nuts.
can
Like
be a
it's
dirty
bad,
word when it
but
comes to resale
it's
value.
so much
With the
property.
housing market making a serious recovery, more and more Americans are looking to sell. So to guide us through the do's and don'ts, we went to an expert, Josh Altman.
Oh,
Bravo's
the Josh
$1
Altman, huh?
listing.
This is, as we like to say in real estate, unique or one of a kind.
Thanks for some coffee and Mark.
Wow, this is like a dungeon room with beds in it. Out of 1 to 10, this is pretty much one of the worst houses I've ever seen.
He's used to selling red-hot luxury properties like this $5.5 million pad in the
Damn,
Hollywood
Josh.
Hills.
I mean, check out this view. This view in itself is worth $2 million.
But he says any house can fall victim to overly specific design details, and that can spell doom when it comes time to resell.
I see mistakes made in
Tell me how much
houses
square
built all day
feet that
long.
is. I'm really curious.
As
That's gotta be like
Josh
10,000.
sell this house in
11,000.
Bel Air,
Oh.
shaped strangely like a boat.
Not only is it shaped as a ship, but it probably needs about $1 million worth of upgrades. It looks like the freaking Love Boat in here. This thing is straight out of the 80s.
This is actually
This is a tough sell,
atrocious.
man. If you
Yeah, I
talk
agree.
about a unique
That's
buyer.
pretty fucking. That's pretty dumb.
How many people you know that are looking for a ship?
The more specific your house is, the more difficult it is to sell
Exit
the
bits
house.
cummy.
Absolutely everything is wrong with this Indiana house.
Hannah Elberts of Curb.
Just tell me how much square feet.
Over real
I have
estate
to
listings,
know.
looking for the standouts.
What's hideous about this one? It's got a rotunda with pink metallic hues.
Oh wow, this is the Las Vegas one.
It's sort of as if you wouldn't need to leave your own home in order to get the vibe.
Oh my
with
God,
the-
Hannah, I don't care about the vibe.
But there's no railings going up the stairs.
You know, great lights coming through on the place. And
Even listing agent Brian Sanders is confused by
Is that
some of the
21K?
rooms.
That was for the
So here
boat.
you have your side room, your salon.
yeah, I'm not real sure what that room is used for.
How many rooms do you think you've said, I'm not really sure what that room is used for in this house?
Well, I think it just depends on the individual person and what they want to use the room for.
This isn't available anywhere else. This isn't the only place where you can get this. So I have to imagine that whoever is going to come here and buy this is a little bit eccentric, has some money, and wants to live in Indianapolis. And you have to be able to put all of those
Does
things
anyone want to
together
live in
order to make it
Indianapolis?
work.
Is it a cool
But
place?
this was all part of a 20-year construction project taken on by the estate's original
20
owner,
years?
a convicted pimp.
Oh!
Construction magnate.
What do you think he was going for?
So it's
Do you
got
think he
good
had a
bones in
vision
this
of
house,
what
huh?
all of this collectively would be?
I just don't think he cared what people think.
In fact, this house is so ugly,
Oh look, I'm in a fish tank.
it's become a local legend.
So do you pass the Kessler estate on your way to work?
Sometimes, yes. It's incredible.
Of course, if you're rich enough to build a mansion like this,
Oh, cool.
maybe you're not too worried about resale value.
Yeah, but
Imagine you
clearly he
just
does
bought this
care.
house.
But for the rest of us,
For most of the people in this country, their house is their biggest investment in their life. You want to make sure that investment
Thanks
is
to
going to
Resub
make you
2021
money
guy.
when you sell that house.
rule number one.
Oh, I don't care about the fucking
Simple.
rules.
You got to keep a house one. So at that point,
Okay, I'm just gonna look it up myself. Let's see. Alright, let's take a peek. How a pimp built the ugliest house in America. $29,500 square feet. Holy fuck. 29,500 square feet, and according to this, it's listed at under $1 million currently? Yeah, holy shit. The amount of space you get for that property, or for that price, is crazy. 690,000 according to this article. At $690,000, you literally can't buy a house in California, let alone 29,000 square feet. It's like it is a dog shitty house. Like it looks like some actual nutsack. Like it's bad. But that's so much space. Like no one bought this just for the sake of the square footage. Crazy. That's fucking crazy. Thanks to tier 1 420 boobs and the prime jam ham and the resub more too. The Moist Esports brothel. Yeah. That'll be the new Moist Esports headquarters. You could remodel it to look better. You know how expensive that would be? I think that's probably the main thing that keeps people off of it, is how much it would cost to change things. it would be an extremely expensive project. The bills there are probably through the roof. Yeah, the property tax is probably pretty nuts. But even still, like, it wouldn't be, like, fucking millions a month or anything on the property, I doubt. It's still a crazy deal for that much square footage. Thanks to the resub, T-Dog. My colleague in Santa Clara was looking at houses in nothing under 500K for more than 750 square feet. Yeah, I know, it's fucking crazy. I don't know why anyone would want to live out there. I really don't. I really, really don't. Live PD got canceled over a year ago. The darker side of Dr. Seuss art? Meh. Houses outside of big cities are cheap. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good rule of thumb, true. But not that cheap. 29,000 square feet for 600K? That's pretty fucking crazy. Thanks to the bits, JC. You're able to check out low res car. I mean, I'm sure I can look it up. Why? Is it something bad? Oh, it's Doug.
This is the low res car. It is insane. I mean that in the best possible way. I love insane.
This looks like something aliens would visit us in.
Qualifies because, well, just take a look at it. Today, I'm going to review the low-res car. Certainly one of the most bizarre and interesting vehicles I've ever seen.
Oh, sweet. Well, thank you, Legends.
Before I get started, be sure to check out Cars and Bids, which is my enthusiast car auction website for cool cars from the modern era. We've had some amazing sales recently on Cars and Bids, including this 2007 Shelby GT500, which sold for over $81,000. It had just 100 miles on it, a record price for one of these. Also, this NA Mazda Miata with a Chevy V8 swap sold for $27,000. And this Toyota Land Cruiser Heritage Edition brought $93,000. If you're looking to sell your cool enthusiast car, Cars and Bids is the place to do it. You'll get the most
I don't know why I'm letting this ad run.
Basic shape, which became a car. This car. The low-res car was designed by United Nude, the footwear company, and it's absolutely bizarre, as you can see. Now, it does have a drivetrain, and I will be driving it, but it's limited to lower speeds because it's mostly for show. Still, it was the sheer bizarreness of the low-res car.
Okay, it's not that fucking bizarre, all right?
And I had to know.
Talk to me when they make a car made out of titties or something.
Of this crazy vehicle.
It's a bit goofy, a bit silly at most.
What I'm going to do. First, I'll take you on a thorough tour of the low-res car and show you those quirks and features. Then I'll get it out on the road and drive it, and then I'll give it a Doug score.
Oh, well, thanks, JC.
All right, I'm going to start the quirks and features of the low-res car by answering a few basic questions you probably
This would be great
at
like a destruction derby
the goal was
event.
To create like a Lamborghini Countach, except in its most basic design.
Thanks, Resub in Tier 1 Lizard Mushroom, and the Resub Crota.
As you can see, that's about what they've done. This is the same basic overall shape as the Countach, just without any of the texture or resolution, basically. Now, like I said, it was designed by United Nude, the footwear company, and it was intended to be sort of a promotional item for them. I guess they would bring it to events, whatever, and people would look at it and talk about it, and well, that clearly worked because
Oh,
here we
what
are
happened to the
looking at it
Cybertruck?
and
Wasn't that
talking
supposed to
about
come
it.
out this year?
Despite the appearance,
Or was that a
in terms
scam?
of performance, this is no Countach.
This just reminded
It has
me.
a small electric motor in it right now, and performance is rather limited. I'm told it can top out around
Not this
30
year?
miles
Oh.
per hour if it can
Thanks
even
for
get
your
that
sub, Jocko.
fast. Now, Drive H2, the nonprofit that'll be auctioning this off, they want to convert it to a hydrogen powertrain and have come to a point in the center, like
I just want to see it
immediately
move.
necessary. And then button 4 will open up the car. Press it, and this is what happens.
Let's
the entire
go.
body of the car lifts up and opens up
Thanks to Tier 1 Cyber
electronically as you're
Shadow.
holding down the button
And
on
hello,
the key
Poopenheim.
fob, therefore revealing the interior. There are no doors to this vehicle. There's no windows that roll down.
Man,
the
you
front
better
end.
fucking
The
hope that
only
that
way to get
remote never
inside is
malfunctions.
the key fob,
Or that'll
press
be
the
your
button,
tomb.
and everything lifts up, which gives you access to the interior. Absolutely a bizarre situation, but that's how it's done in this car. Now, you may be wondering, well, why is it button 4 on the key fob? You'd think that would be the most important function, should be button number 1. Well, it isn't. This car is very weird, and that is a weird part of it. And for more weird with this car, we have the interior. Now, the first thing you notice when the body has been lifted up so you can climb inside is that there are 2 seats in this car, making the low-res car relatively
It's like Speed Racer or
practical.
something.
Front and rear, they're tandem seats, so that's all you get. And they're fixed in that position, so you can't move them. Whatever position they're in, that's where you're sitting in this car. And as you might imagine, getting in is a little bit of a challenge since you're contending with the body right above you. Allow me to attempt to climb inside. First, you have to clear the body, like I did. Then you have to sort of slide under the steering wheel, and then,
This looks very nice.
inside the low-res car. Now, the seats themselves are rather comfortable. They are nice leather seats, and the seat backs kind of preserve the theme of this car's design in the sense that you can see they're angled
I think this has a good
chrome,
future.
kind of keeping that like angled look from the outside and taking it into the inside with the seats. Also keeping that angled design, although frankly probably a little bit more bizarrely, is the steering wheel, which you can see is a hexagon, and it's all angled chrome once again. It's not really a wheel, instead it is a very bizarre looking like piece of chrome hexagon that's just screwed onto a plate which attaches to the steering column, and this is, it looks
I just want to see it move now.
interesting on illuminate, although it's worth noting on, and same deal in the rear. This is
Oh,
very
look at
important. This
that.
car was used as a promotional vehicle for United Nude, and so that logo has to turn on in order to actually promote. So you can toggle that
No, I'm
logo
sure the
on
car
or off
moves.
using that switch. Now, next up, your next interesting control in this little panel is a switch labeled interior. If you press that, well, nothing happens actually. You can't see anything turn on. So what's going on? There
Oh, it's a
are
self-destruct
interior
button.
lights, but they are hidden. You open up these little steel doors on either side of the seating compartment, and that's where your interior lights are.
Very
Then
cool.
You flip that switch, and you can see they all go on, and they're actually quite bright, and they light up this vehicle. The entire interior is visible. Now, the
Man,
cool thing about these interior
that
lights
looks
is
like
they
it'd be
provide
so
great ambiance
uncomfortable.
when the car
That'd
is
be
sitting in the
blinding.
dark. If you have the interior lights on, but the car in the dark,
Thanks
you
to
sort of
Gift
only
Subs
see the
canned
shape
soup.
and this weird glow, and it looks pretty neat. But that's how you do it. That's how you activate the interior lights in the low-res car. But anyway, next up, a highly important switch in this little control area is marked open close. And you can use that switch to open or close the body around you.
Nice.
This is automatic. Same deal. Press little drive.
All right.
And also,
Let's get out there.
Nope. The top seat.
I want to see this
hopefully in
fucking
the
thing drift.
improved converted of that, but them one says made though. You know, it's kind of hot in here. It's all windows. This is an interesting experience.
Holy fuck,
The
this
seat
looks
doesn't
awful.
move, so my legs are, I'm right up, like my knees are compressed, like I'm crouching almost, trying to drive this thing. And I noticed that the steering column would probably impale me if I get in any form of accident. So that's kind of terrifying. With that said, this is kind of cool. This is not cool.
It looks pretty
I'm
cool.
driving the weirdest thing on the planet, basically.
Oh, here comes a 55-point turn.
Very interesting. Okay, now brake is with my left foot. Oh, a lot of brake. Okay. All right, now I'm going to try to turn around. There's no mirrors, which I've only just realized. There's also no seat belts, which is not an ideal situation, but that is in fact the case. I'm going to punch it here.
Oh my god. 0 to 60 in a couple days.
Not much happening in when you floor it, although the body kind of shakes.
Exit Tier 1 canned soup.
This is so weird. This is the weirdest vehicle I've ever driven by. There's other cars on the road. I can only imagine what they're
Brakes
doing.
don't
Everything
work.
Insane, which is of course true. All right, now I'm really gonna floor it.
I wish cars did have a wackier design. Maybe not this wacky, but
I'm going like 12,
at least
but it
something.
feels like faster because it's so low and the body is shaking and stuff is rattling. This is insane. What is this vehicle? This is absolutely the most bizarre experience. I can see the road beneath me because the platform of the thing doesn't completely cover everything. Surprisingly maneuverable, actually. Reasonably acceptable vehicle. Now I use I use a toggle switch.
Okay, well, I mean, that thing's kind of cool. Is that street legal? No, I think it's just used for promotions like he was saying. Where's the resub Kobo? In the bits, JC. Dude breaks window on a bus. Crazy dude breaks window on bus. Holy shit.
Why are you doing that shit to yourself, huh? Chill you! I'm gonna kill you!
Pretty intense.
I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna fucking kill your ass! You wanna die? Do you want to die? Do you want to die? Is that really what you want?
Is that just like a souvenir now? We get to keep the window?
What? Want me to break that window open? Hey, fool. Fuck you. Hey, come on, dog. Come on, fool. Back up, dog. Hey, back up, fool. Hey, I want you to soak. Hey, fool. I want you to soak. Hey, fool. Hey, go. Not for intention to jail. I don't know.
Oh, you already broke the window. Now you're not gonna fight him? You already went through the trouble of breaking a window. Come on. Oh, come on now. What a waste of all that effort then. Why even go in the bus if you're not ready to throw down? Man headbutted a window open, and then he comes in, he's like, alright, I'll leave now. There's the resub canned milk and DJ. I've heard good things about Malignant. I have to watch it. Oh, we have a lot of cool plans for the warehouse, Lofus. Have a good night, Kobo. Have you seen the new... Yeah, we just watched the Jack the Ripper video. It was great. I am playing the Yakuza series. We're taking a steady stroll through Yakuza games. Do you collect anything? Yu-Gi-Oh cards. That's the big one. You gonna play the new Tales game? Probably not. I don't think it would be a good game to stream because it's a lot of reading. It's mainly dialogue and stuff. Thanks to the resub dirt. At least the other Tales games are. I like the Tales series, I just don't think it's good for stream. There's the Prime Waifu. Am I excited for the final Attack on Titan season? I am. I am looking forward to it. Sure, we'll catch up on Darman now. Yeah, I have seen that one, Czar. That was on the recommended for a while. Grandma fires her maid with OCD. Why is the OCD thing relevant to the title? What is this? The new richest man in the world. Is this even a Darman video, or is it just like introducing the new richest man in the world? Thanks to the 5 gift subs,
Mr.
fun
Gates,
times. I appreciate
the
it.
company you co-founded and built is now worth a whopping $1 trillion.
Pussy. Oh, that's Steve!
That's correct.
Let's go, Steve!
And to top it all off, you yourself
Big
alone,
man.
as of this year, 2019, are now worth over $105 billion.
That's it.
That's incredible.
Coward.
So tell me, because I have to ask for everyone out there who's watching this right now, how does it feel to be the richest man in the world?
Tanya, being the richest man is...
What the fuck is
Actually,
this?
You know what? I am not the richest man in the world.
Fraud.
What? I'm sorry, but if you're not the richest man in the world, then who is?
You ever heard of
A very long
XQC?
time ago, someone far richer than I am.
Oh, T-Pain.
You see, 35 years ago, I didn't have much.
Hey, there he is. Good morning, Bill. How you doing?
Hey, Teddy, how's business?
Thanks for the tier 1 smoke herbs and the
I'm
resub
barely making it.
Marturo.
They keep raising the rent. And look, I tell you, if it wasn't for these tips, some nights I wouldn't even eat.
Bro, there were 2 quarters in there. It doesn't look like you're eating tonight either.
Sorry to hear that.
We need to up those tips.
You know?
Actually, I can relate. My business is not doing so well right now either. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Well, you're a smart guy, Bill.
Thanks to tier 1
Anybody
steak
can get it
man.
figured out? It's you. Oh, that'll be 50 cents. Yeah, man, you know, I just can't get this thing figured out. You know, it's like nothing.
I'm sorry, I don't have enough.
Okay, well get the fuck out of here then, huh? Get the fuck out of here, Bill.
Embarrassing.
That is embarrassing, pussy. Get the fuck out.
Hey, Bill. You forgot your paper.
What's he gonna do with that? Wipe his ass with
Got
it?
No. I cannot let you do that for me, Teddy. No. I'll just write you a check, okay? Do me a favor, though, and don't cash this until next week.
Bill, thank you, but I can't let you do that. You see, I may not have much money, but being rich ain't about what you got in your bank. It's about what you got in your heart.
Damn. Yeah, but you can't eat that though. I mean, you can if you're like a cannibal, I guess, but like you were just talking about how like you sometimes don't eat because the tips aren't good, right? Like, I mean, you think Bill Gates has that problem?
So you see, Teddy is the richest man in the world.
But I don't understand. How is a poor newspaper?
Did you even help Teddy out, Steve?
The richest
Did
man
you?
in the world.
Well, it doesn't end there. You see,
I gave him 50
I've
bucks.
been thinking about him a lot lately. So I went to pay him a visit before this interview. Teddy?
Bill, is that you?
You still fucking around with those computer things?
Oh, wow, I didn't think that you would remember me.
Oh, of course I remember you, old buddy.
You own Microsoft. Of course he's gonna remember you.
And now you a billionaire.
Oh yeah, there you go.
What brings you back around here, huh?
Well, you know, I couldn't help but remember all the times that you were so kind to me all those years ago.
So you waited 40 years to help him?
Orders, and yet you still helped me. Now, I want to help you.
You could have done this when you were like a multi-millionaire. You didn't have to wait till you're the richest man in the world.
It's a blank check. So, however much you need, it's yours. You can buy whatever you want.
Bill, I appreciate this, but I can't accept this. I'm sorry.
But are you sure about that? I mean, you could open up a new newsstand or buy a house or anything.
Offer him a job, Bill. Jesus Christ.
Thank you.
Make him CEO of Microsoft.
Like I told you all those years ago, being rich ain't about what's in your bank account. It's about what's in your heart. And right now, I got everything I could ever need.
What?
What can I say? You are truly an inspiring person, Teddy. It was great seeing you again.
You too, Bill.
Yeah, wait until your family hears about this one, Teddy. I don't think they'll be as happy as you think they will. I turned down $1 billion today. What do you mean you're not proud of me?
So you see, Teddy is the richest man in the world.
Well, I have some news for you.
Because
Teddy killed himself
being
today.
rich isn't about
He couldn't live with the regret from not accepting your check,
about
Bill.
what you have in your heart.
Wow, Mr. Gates. Thank you for sharing that. Well, here's to Teddy. May we all aspire to be as rich as him.
I'm adding a new dish to the menu, but I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit questionable decision. I mean, Bill Gates has plenty of money. I'm sure you could have taken $1 billion off of his hands, and he would have been totally fine with that. I don't know about that one, Teddy. Thanks for 2 gift subs, Josie. I also don't really get the point, because you can have your cake and eat it too. You can still care about being a good person while also accepting $1 billion from a billionaire. Like, in fact, that could make you an even better person. Think of all the good Teddy could have done. Gold digger takes advantage of nice guy. She instantly regrets it. Goddamn right she does. You don't fuck with the nice guys. We'll make a Reddit post about it.
Seriously? As soon as I found out he drove a Honda, I got out of there as quick as I could.
Ollie. Can I get you ladies anything else?
Thanks a prime Todd.
How about some shots of 1942?
Aren't those like $50 a shot?
Yeah, so we'll take 3.
Sounds good.
First the steak for lunch, then the shots of expensive tequila.
Oh, where is all the money coming from?
I stole it.
You know, ever since I started dating Nelson. Over here.
Nelson!
You're dating Nelson?
Let's go!
Why? You'll see.
Hey, babe. Hey, guys.
Just closed a $50 million deal.
I'm sorry that you're a little bit late. We were just finishing up.
Oh, that's all right. I wasn't that hungry anyway, so.
All right, here we go. 3 shots of 1942. Can I get you anything, sir?
Yeah, just a glass of water. Thank you.
So, of course, I'm just gonna place the check right.
Thanks for the resub beats.
I got it. Shoot.
What's wrong?
I left my card at
Oh
home.
no.
Oh, I'm such an idiot.
Hey, now don't call yourself that.
No, I told the girls that I was gonna take them to lunch and it was gonna be my treat. Now I can't, so I just feel really bad.
Yeah, you should. You fucked up.
You know what? I'll take
But
care
don't
of it.
worry.
No, I couldn't possibly.
No,
I'm here.
really, it's okay.
Thanks for the resub witch.
You're such a gentleman, Nelson.
Well, anything for my Pookie Bear.
Oh, Pookie Bear.
So,
Pookie Bear.
what should we do now?
Well, I was thinking maybe we could do a little bit of shopping.
Let's go.
I'm down.
Here's your water, sir.
Thank you.
Of course. Oh, all set? Oh, Nelson Rodriguez. I have the same last name.
Cheers. Cheers.
Wait, what? Oh my god, that's his brother.
Right?
dress costs $150.
That's a deal.
It's way too expensive.
It's a bargain.
Yeah, let's go somewhere else. I don't have that kind of money. You guys just get what you want. It's fine. I'll have Nelson pay for it.
Seriously? He'll pay for us too?
How does he have so much money?
Did they drink what? Did they drink cough medicine?
This big financial company. She is loaded. Why else did you guys think I was hanging out with him?
Now it all makes sense.
Hello, ladies.
Is it
Would
tier
you
1
like to
Emmett
try this
in
on?
the prime gnarly?
Yes, she would. And if you have that dress in the same size but a different color, she'd like to try it on as well.
Absolutely. Come with me to the dressing room, ladies.
Oh, it turns out Nelson is also fucking her though.
Now you both have dresses to wear to my party tonight.
That would be huge.
Go try them on. I have work to do.
Hey babe, what do you think of these Sharingan contacts?
Hey, find anything you like?
Yeah, a couple pieces actually. But I probably shouldn't be buying anything right now.
Why not?
I didn't want to tell you. No, I shouldn't.
Hey, I'm your boyfriend. You can tell me anything.
Well, my mom
She's
is
pregnant.
sick. And my dad just lost his job, so it's just been really stressful at home lately.
Oh my God, babe, I'm so sorry.
Do you need me to buy your parents?
A few dresses would make me feel better, but
I can put them on payroll.
Wait, no. Now I feel bad. Just give them to me, okay? I'll buy them for you.
no, I can't let you do that. They're expensive.
That's okay. Whatever it takes to make my girl happy.
That's not your girl, that's your Pookie Bear.
What did I do to
Oh,
deserve
Pookie
such
Dookie
a
Bear.
sweet boyfriend?
Pookie Ookie Ookie Bear.
Oh, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a couple more pieces.
What are you
of
telling me
dress.
you haven't even piped yet, Nelson? What are you doing? All this
okay.
effort for nothing?
Nelson? Hey, Nelson.
Adam?
Yeah, hi.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I actually work here. Yeah, and you are shopping for some dresses, I see.
Yeah, for your wife. Get the fuck away from me.
I'll see you outside.
Okay, sounds good.
Wait, I didn't know you were friends with Jennifer.
She's actually my girlfriend now. Yeah, we've been going out for a month. I'm buying these dresses for her.
Are you crazy? No, don't do that. No, she's basically the biggest user in town.
I don't care about her
Everyone
drug
knows that.
problem.
Okay, what are you talking about?
She makes me happy.
Do you remember Billy? Billy from high school?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, well, she basically used him for every dime he had. I'm telling you, man, she's not a good person.
No, my Jennifer would never do something like that, so...
Hey, she's not your Jennifer.
Well, you should talk
Nelson.
to Billy. He'll tell you exactly what happened. Look, it makes me feel bad to tell you this, but she's just with you because of your money. I gotta go, but I'll catch you later, okay?
Hey, yeah, cool, man. Thanks for ruining my day. Nah, I appreciate it. Fuck you, pussy. I'm gonna get her an extra dress now just because of that lie.
Seriously, babe, I still can't believe that you bought us all of these dresses. It's so sweet. Thank you, baby.
You're welcome. So, should we all go get some ice cream or coffee?
Actually, I'm gonna have to start heading home, so I can be ready by 7.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to be late to your party tonight.
You're having a hootenanny?
I wouldn't call it a party.
And I wasn't
per se.
invited?
It's more like a small group.
Can I watch?
My really close girlfriends and I hanging out.
Why didn't you tell me?
It was just sort of a last-minute plan, actually.
Yeah, we literally just decided this like a few minutes ago.
Hey, Jennifer. See you at your place at 7? We'll bring a bottle. Can't wait.
We better get going.
Yeah.
So you're fucking them?
See you guys later.
Nice. Hey, fist bump, Jennifer. Let's go. You want an extra dress?
Not much of a girls' night if those two guys are going, right?
Those two guys are the boyfriends to two of my really close girlfriends. They're in serious committed relationships. I had to invite them.
And we're not?
We are. But Nelson, you and I have been dating for less than a month. You need to relax.
Yeah, you haven't even fucked yet, bro.
I promise you. You You have nothing to worry about, okay? Let's go.
Man, that guy's having a really hard time reading that newspaper. Jesus Christ. What do they use? 8-point font here? Why does he have to get so close to it? God damn. And it's upside down. Can someone help my man out here?
Hey, is everything okay?
My mom's condition got worse.
Thanks to the resub. Reblosio and Shebe.
Wait, are those the
I just found out that she got taken to the hospital in an ambulance.
Oh god, was it lack of money?
Insurance won't cover the cost.
Oh my god, it's okay. Let's go to the hospital now. I'll give her some money.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Oh, I'm really embarrassed to ask. But can I borrow $500? I promise I'll pay you back as soon as I can.
$500, that's a lot.
I knew I shouldn't have come here. This was a terrible idea. I'll just go.
No, I'm not saying I wouldn't give it to you. I just wasn't expecting this, that's all.
Which is, yeah.
I was?
Well, I just know you're lying.
Phone call was the
Because your mom's upstairs.
You're right.
I'm fucking your mom, Jennifer.
I'm sorry. I cannot even imagine what you're going through right now. Okay, is Venmo okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright. Send.
I just got it. Thank you so much, Nelson. I promise I'll pay you back as soon as I can.
Oh, don't even worry about it. No, it's fine. You know.
Oh yeah, me too.
You know, she doesn't seem to be instantly regretting it. She's making a lot of money out of this. Pretty impressive, actually.
Billy? Hey. It's Nelson.
I looked up the name of his mom's company on Wikipedia. Okay, Rodriguez Investments pulled in more than $25 million in revenue alone last year.
That's pretty good.
That's crazy. I can't imagine how nice of a gift you're gonna get for your 1-month anniversary.
I know. He's been talking about it all week. Says I'm gonna be super shocked.
Do you
Oh.
think he's gonna get you a Chanel bag?
Maybe a car.
Only thing that kind of sucks is I had to get him something in return. Couldn't show up empty-handed when
You
he
can't
gave
just
me
have
a
sex with
super
him?
Nice gift.
Come on now.
It is.
Give him a break. He's doing his best.
Open up your gift.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary! I can't believe it's been a month already. Time flies when you're in love. Oh, I got you something.
Oh. You shouldn't have. Gucci. Wow, babe. A wallet. Thank you.
That's pretty thoughtful.
And I got something for you too.
Oh, what is it?
But before you open it, there's something you need to know.
What is it?
Our relationship is over.
Oh, Jesus.
You're joking, right?
No. I don't want to be with you anymore, Jennifer.
Open the box, Jennifer.
What?
Open the box, Jennifer.
Why not?
Because I
Open
know about
the
your
box. It's your mother's head.
You see,
You were lying about her.
the other day I went to go meet
But
someone
don't worry.
you may remember.
I actually took care of it now.
Turns out, 5 years ago, you told him the same sob story about your mom being sick and your dad losing his job in order to get money out of him. I couldn't believe it. Still, I decided to give you the benefit of the doubt. That's why I went to your parents' house. I gave your mom a get well card. She looked confused. You know why? Because she's not sick. She told me that you guys haven't even spoken to each other in years, ever since you stole money from her.
Oof.
And just
I'd
as
hate
I
to see
thought
that.
things couldn't get any worse, your dad came.
He beat my ass. He thought I was
As soon
having
as
an
I
affair
saw
with your
him, I
mother.
recognized the name on his
It's
shirt.
been an awful day, Jennifer. I can't catch a break.
Rodriguez Investments. Turns out he never lost his job. He's been working for my mom for years. So you see, it was all a lie. You were only using me for my money and I was just too blind to see.
Yeah, but she doesn't seem to really regret it. Like, she's got so much free shit out of you.
Nelson, you've got me.
Save it. I'm done falling for your lies, Jen.
Like, regretting it would be if she, like, ended up in jail. Or, like, hit by a dump truck or something.
For the wallet.
Nelson, you can't just leave me.
I mean, what if your sister doesn't like you?
Yeah, I
Not
mean, there
everyone
wasn't a whole
understands our
lot of
age difference.
justice there. It was just more like, oh, so I got used. Damn. Shit. Yeah, I mean, he gets a free wallet. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Give me a second. We'll watch a couple more. Be right back. Alright, team, I'm back. Here's the Prime, Wisdom, and the resub Camrinia. Landscapers accused of stealing lemons. Darman actually just got that from the classic porno, you lemon-stealing whore. It's about fucking time. This is huge. This is a huge day.
Oh, wow, Deshaun. I still can't believe this is your house.
Thanks, Teresa Mike.
Did pretty well for myself.
Never seen a backyard so beautiful before.
Used to see the water bill. Plus, I had to hire a bunch of landscapers to keep up with this place.
Wow. Aw, and they even pick your lemons for you.
Are you serious?
Hey, Paco, you guys stealing my lemons?
My name is Juan.
Whatever. You guys cannot be
Wait,
taking...
what? What is it?
And look at this. Your shirt is full of my lemons. You filled up all your pockets.
Okay. And what is the problem?
What? I'm so confused already.
You really don't think there's anything wrong with what you're doing? I swear, this is why I never have any lemons.
What? Why?
For you.
Just get lemons from the store.
And he even got a plastic bag full of them, too. Give me those.
Hey.
What are you doing?
If you got a problem, you talk to the owner.
He is the owner.
Come on. What are you talking about?
Babe, forget these guys. I just called their boss and get them both fired. Come on, let's go see the inside.
I am the boss.
Well, then you should know not to take the owner's lemons without asking.
I am so lost right now.
He's not the owner.
Oh, he's lying.
Keep saying that.
Babe, I don't have to explain myself to this guy. He can barely speak English. Babe, come on, let's go.
Well, this was a entirely avoidable situation. You didn't have to confront them on lemons.
Even a question?
And you wouldn't have got your ass spread open.
Hey, Martin. Hey, Juan.
It's Starman!
Guys. Hey, how are you, senor? How are the girls?
Growing too fast. You guys take care.
Hey, jefe. It's okay if we still take the lemons?
Of course. Take as many as you want. Share them with the whole family. Okay, bye.
Man, fuck you, Darman. You ruined it. Now he's not getting laid.
He is the owner.
So you lied to me?
Okay, so I don't own a house. I rent it. But I'll probably buy this house in the next few...
Oh, hey, Deshaun. Can you have your dad call me? His lease is up for renewal.
Of course. I'll let him know now.
Thank you so much.
Also, can I have sex with that girl that you're standing next to?
You mean your dad?
Alright, cool. Thank you, man.
I can explain.
Save it. You've already lied enough.
Babe, wait. You don't want to see the inside?
Exit tier 1. Straight Blanchin. Wait, that was the whole video? Oh, that was a Darman short. Darman just sat down to look at like old memes and he saw a lemon stealing whore and he's like, I can change a life with that story. And god damn it, he did. Scammer fakes being hit by a car. You fucking killed him.
Oh my God, are you okay? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even see you there.
My leg, it hurts so bad.
Okay. Is there anything I can do to help?
Maybe I need an ambulance.
Wait, really? I wasn't even going that fast. Okay, all right.
This guy hit me with his car.
We're not looking where you are.
This is pretty common in some countries. I see a lot of these, yeah. The videos are always pretty cool.
It's gonna be okay.
Okay, look, is there any way maybe we could settle this? I don't know, without involving anyone else?
What do you mean?
I just got this new car and the insurance is pretty expensive.
You have got some nerve.
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm calling.
Well, how much were you thinking?
This is Saul Goodman? Yeah.
Oh, like $300? $600?
Fine, but next time you be careful. Watch where you're going.
I will. And
kill someone.
Hey, I'm sorry again. Here, let me.
Oh, lean on me, sweetheart. It's okay.
Get fucked, Nelson.
They should take your license away. Great performance, baby. As usual.
Not too bad yourself.
Oh, this goes deep. It's not just getting hit by cars, it's everything.
Are you okay?
Oh, my back.
Oh, no. Just try not to move.
Look at all the spilled water. That's how she slipped.
Wait, this wouldn't work though, would it?
I don't think I can move.
There's not even a wet floor sign here. This is a serious liability.
You wouldn't be able to...
Are you the owner?
No, I'm just an employee, but he should be here
This-
soon. Let me text him. I'll tell him to come quick.
I think we need to call you an ambulance right away.
No. It's so expensive. I can't afford it.
Oh, don't worry about that. You won't have to pay for anything. The stores
Aren't
at
there
fault for their
cameras?
negligence.
True.
Listen, I'm a personal injury attorney. I could represent you and help you get a lot of money.
Really? How much money are we talking?
I don't know, tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Wait, what? But that would put the store out of business.
Well,
Hank Moody, isn't
owner
that from
could make her a cash
Californication?
settlement offer, but I don't know if you'd want to take it.
It is.
It would depend on
Thought
the
so.
amount. I don't think I can go back to work. At least another month.
That'll all be part of the damages.
Why would the employee be
Medical
paying this?
bills,
He doesn't care. He's just...
Stress.
He doesn't
there's
own it.
Countless things we'll be able to claim. Look, I need to speak to your owner right away before.
Oh, wow.
Another masterful performance.
Nelson owns this
You,
place.
what are you doing here?
Well, let's just say you picked the wrong store to fake a fallout. I own this place, and I see you've recovered rather quickly.
Oh, actually, I'm still in a lot of pain.
I saved it. Don't even try to act like you're hurt. And you can also stop pretending now, so.
What are you talking about? I'm in so much pain.
Yeah, you can't prove
Nelson
anything.
is the man.
I guess you'd be right. If it wasn't for one little detail. Boop. Yeah, I captured you on camera spilling water conveniently right before she fell. Once Cameron texted me, I looked at the footage and here, look what I found.
And now he's gonna publicly execute them.
You do know injury fraud is a pretty serious offense, right?
No, just take it into your own hands. Vigilante justice, Nelson. Cut their fucking heads off.
What do you want from us?
Oh, I don't know. Why don't we wait for the cops to get here and then we'll talk about it, yeah?
No, wait, here, please. I'm sure we can work something out, huh? Here's your $600.
Did the employee just walk out? Yeah, he quit.
Oh, or take it all.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd rather see you two in jail, so.
Wait.
Nelson's kind of feeling it.
Too.
Wow. Okay, fine. I won't call the cops. But I better not see you two here ever again, okay?
Of course not. You'll never see us again.
Yeah, we promise.
Oh, Nelson with the big
The
prank.
right to remain silent.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Thanks to the prime beef.
Oh, what's going on?
You said that you weren't gonna call the cops.
Whoops. My bad. I forgot to tell you, I already did.
Damn,
You
Nelson.
aren't the only ones who lied, huh? This money probably belongs to somebody, so we'll put this in evidence.
No, the cop's just gonna... Nelson, you were doing so good until then. Well, you just gave the cop a tip, I guess, which is nice. I got... Alright.
Wow, boss.
He earned it with that response time, I
No,
guess.
Thank you, and good job with the cameras, with everything here.
Hey, thanks, boss. Thanks a lot.
Of course. All right. So,
Very nice, Nelson. Pretty girl uses nerd for money. These are the exact same video back to back, it seems. Oh, but it looks like they're at a party. That's different.
Hey, should we go to your place and play some Warzone? Oh,
Okay.
this is a little messy.
No, we don't play Warzone in my place.
There goes Kayla.
Warzone sucks.
snap out of it. She only dates athletes.
Yeah, virtual athletes. Warzone athletes are just as good as sports ones.
New Porsche.
First off, your mom bought that for you. Yeah. And second, you shouldn't really hang out with someone who likes you just because.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
My name's Nelson. We had history together.
Another Nelson! The fucking 20 million Nelsons in the Darman Extended Universe. The DMU.
No, not like that.
Or
I meant
DMCU.
The class. We also had math together with Mr. LeBlanc in sophomore year. Ooh, and there's also like 2 weeks in freshman year when we had English before I got transferred because of honors. But then
Excuse me, Mr. Honors English. Rude.
Sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
I just mean I have a lot of money, and
Anyway,
I play Warzone
I was
too,
wondering
I guess.
If y'all wanted to hang out sometime.
I don't think so. We're about to go to Jake's party, but thanks for the offer.
All things considered, that was
But what if I
pretty
give you a
polite.
ride in my new car?
This is your car?
It looks like shit. Wait, that's
I just
that's
picked it
that's
up.
your car? It looks like ass.
Arthur and I. Kayla. What's up, ladies?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, boys?
We were actually gonna catch a ride.
Playing a little slap ass in the locker room.
Nelson?
Yeah, that's right. He just got a new Porsche. Whoa. Do you guys want to join?
Oh, seriously?
Oh, rough.
This is your ride?
Heck yeah.
You don't mind if Jerry and John come with us, do you?
Take a stand, Nelson. Say no penis allowed in the
There's only
car.
room for 3 more people. It'd be illegal to ride with 6 people in a car.
Nelson seems cool. I don't think he cares.
Yeah, you're fine with it.
No, say there's a strict no dick policy in the car. Except for Nelson dick.
Totally.
You fucked up.
Hop in, ladies. Gents.
Dude, this is not a good idea.
Please don't ruin this for me, man. Kayla finally thinks I'm cool.
Dude, is that a cool car? Do people like that car? It looks like a normal, boring car.
I cannot wait.
Doesn't even have any, like, weird geometry on it.
Yeah, let me get some.
Wait, is there alcohol in that?
Nah, it's just vitamin water, bro.
Exit Prime Nike.
You guys can't
Use
be
of
drinking in
Phantom.
the car. If we get caught, we can get in big trouble.
Bro, stop being such a square. It'll be fine, all right? Go ahead, Kayla.
Nelson, don't you want to say anything about this?
I do. Let me take a shot, please.
Yeah, stop being such a square, Arthur.
See,
Nerd. Hey, he plays Warzone too, ladies. Nerd.
Wait, there's barely any in here. Is there any more?
No, but there's a liquor store up ahead. Hey, Nelson, pull over here.
We're all underage. We can't buy alcohol.
Don't worry, bro.
I got a fake.
Oh, shit.
All right, what do you guys want?
Oh, I will take the 818 if they got it.
Terramana for me.
Whatever you get, man, I'm good.
All right, cool. What about...
Goat piss and fireball, please.
Never mind. We all know the answer to that one, eh? What about you?
I'm good. Thanks.
All right, cool. I will be right back.
Wait, bro. Hold on a second here. This doesn't even look like you. It looks like Nelson more than anyone else.
Oh my god.
Thanks to the resub.
He has a point. It does.
Rice Q and Raucus.
Nelson, you go.
Nelson, this is your chance.
If he gets caught, he can get in big trouble.
Yeah, or he could get laid,
Yeah,
bro.
he's not gonna get
Stop
caught.
being such a square.
Practically looks looks like Nelson's twin.
I don't want to show up to this party sober. Nelson, do you mind getting it for us?
Only if you kiss me on the mouth. Nelson, drive a hard bargain. You have leverage here.
I don't mind.
Oh my god, you fucking blew it.
You're so sweet.
Thanks.
And add a bottle of Ciroc for John and I.
Sounds good, but how am I gonna pay for all of this?
Just use your card. We'll pay you back afterwards.
We'll wait here so it looks less suspicious.
Sounds good.
Man, you really got fucked. Didn't even get a smooch out of it.
Not too late to back out.
Why did you come in here? Now you're just implicating yourself.
They won't want to be my friends.
Nelson, look. Okay, anyone who's your friend only when they need something from you isn't a friend at all. They're clearly using you for your car, your money.
Stop. You're just getting really jealous because they're actually starting to like me.
No, that's not it at all.
Next.
Please, just listen to me. You can get in a lot of trouble.
That's not true. Police encourage fake IDs these days. And I'll just blame it on you. Anyway.
Can I see your ID, please?
Yeah, of course. Makes me feel young again.
Is this really you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have a beard too.
You really think I wouldn't notice?
What are you talking about?
Come on, man. It's obvious.
Butt chug with me in the back. Prove to me you're 21.
Please, I'm really sorry, okay? I don't want to go.
Today's your birthday!
How wholesome.
Oh, yes. Happy birthday to me.
Yeah.
Good eye.
What a nice guy.
Here you guys go.
Oh, hey. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
You're the best, Nelson.
Hey, yeah, Jesus, don't say that. I'm pretty fucking cool though.
It came out to $82 if you guys were wondering.
Yeah, I actually didn't bring my wallet.
That's a great deal for that much alcohol. Are you fucking serious? Where are you shopping,
I'll pay
Nelson?
you back later, do you, Nelson?
No, it's no big deal.
You rock.
Nelson, my main man.
Woohoo! Attaboy.
Yeah, come on, that was pretty cool though, right? You see the way I handled that?
Hey,
Nelson.
Hey.
Where's your drink at?
I'm actually good.
I did see it. It was very good, Rice-Q. I was very happy to see the Bucks win.
We don't drink.
Don't speak for He doesn't drink. He's a nerd. I drink.
Come on, Nelson. Be cool.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
Yeah, what the heck?
Let's go.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Chug it. Chug it.
All right. Okay, time to puke. Okay, let's get some cocaine now. Let's really have some fun. Come on, baby. Yeah, come here and kiss me. Come on. No, don't back away. Fucking kiss me.
Yeah, well, this is actually the first time I've ever drank anything.
Well, I'm glad your first time was with me.
Hey,
Nelson!
party.
Cocaine! Right on schedule. There it is.
I'll take one.
Oh,
I'm down.
lame.
What do you say? You want to take one with me, Nelson?
Nah. I only like Coke.
I mean, I guess there's always...
You don't have to say yes.
Oh my god, you are not his mom.
Yeah. He can make his own decisions.
To be fair, they're really nice to Nelson, all things considered.
Okay, I'm sorry.
An open invitation to do pills for free with a girl you like? What a good group.
I'm leaving. You want to come with me?
No, bro, I didn't even invite you here in the first place. That's fine. That's really fine.
You're such a buzzkill, man.
Please don't leave. Friends don't leave friends, right?
You did not just friend zone me right now, did you?
Friends don't leave friends. Why don't you just... I can call you an Uber if you...
No, my uncle's already on his way to pick me up.
Yeah, have fun hanging out with your friends.
Alright, thank you, man. Have fun playing Warzone.
Finally, I thought he'd never leave.
We'll take 5.
5. Jesus Christ, we're going in.
Okay, fine. How much is it?
$25 a pop, so in total, 100.
Ugh. I never keep cash on me. Do you mind paying for it, babe?
No, I'm not paying for it. I'm not even taking one. No, I'm not fucking paying for it. No, I'm not even having any of the fun. I'm not paying for it. Fuck.
Sir. Thanks.
Body moved on its own.
And here, there's 5 in here. You can keep them all, just in case you change your mind.
Nelson.
Hey, thanks, creepy guy with the fentanyl.
We'll be with you the whole time.
Appreciate it. Now I'm $100 out and I'm about to overdose. Thank you, guy.
To say yes.
It's a lot of pressure, guys. I think I'm gonna pass on this. It's not a good idea.
Come on. Please.
I'm seriously good, guys. You guys have fun without me, though. You know.
You're no fun.
If you ever say that to me again, I swear to God, I'm doing a butt chug. And you don't want to see that.
I can't be seen with this. Here, take it.
I don't want it. What am I gonna do with this?
And I'm gonna need to see everyone's ID. What do we have here?
It's not what it looks like.
Really? So you're saying it's not a Schedule 1 controlled substance drug?
No, honestly, it's probably not. It's probably placebo that they're trying to sell.
What I'm saying is that those aren't mine.
Oh yeah. Then whose are they?
Oh, bro, just fucking snitch. You don't even know the guy. You literally don't even know the weirdo.
He offered us some, and we told him we didn't want any.
Wait, no, I wasn't even.
He kept peer pressuring us, and we kept.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No, wait, I swear to God. Oh, God, wait. Wait, I swear to God.
Blame everyone else? You really are something.
It's not like that. Why are you guys lying? I thought you were my friend.
Yeah, like, why are you standing up for, like, the weird guy that wasn't even invited?
Guys like us would be friends with someone like you?
Yeah, we just wanted to ride, nothing else.
Fuck, okay, yeah, that's a good point.
Take this kid away.
Looks like your friends have thrown you under the bus. Turn around.
No, please, please, please. I don't even do
Hands
drugs.
behind your back.
I didn't even start drinking until today. Kayla, please.
Get him out of here.
You're
a loser.
Going to the slammer.
Please, please, leave me, officer. I'm a good guy. I would never do any drugs.
yourself
Please, I don't want to go to jail.
Put the music back on.
Well, yeah, wait. He didn't really do a good job of putting the kibosh on this party. I smell pills.
I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
This is his friend's uncle.
I've heard every story under the sun.
Oh, maybe not.
No, I want to go to jail. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Oh my God.
Thanks, you said Wonyan and Passion. Oh, it was his uncle. I thought so.
You? What are you doing here?
I actually set a bomb on in the house. I'm about to detonate it.
I forgot to tell you.
And I wanted to save you.
My uncle that was picking me up, he's actually a cop. Look, I asked my uncle to go in there and arrest you so you can see for yourself that none of these friends of yours
Damn.
would actually have your back.
So I am just a fucking loser then, huh? Did you have to show me that?
No.
I love you, man.
I love you too. So, are you still trying to protect your friends?
No, but I want to drink now.
Or is it okay if my uncle goes back in there?
Friends. You know, an actual friend once told me, anyone who wants
Is it
to
tier
be a
1?
friend,
Abbotsford?
something.
In the prime Hugo Balls.
That's what I was hoping you'd say.
Hey, I'm really sorry about that.
Don't even worry about it.
Thank you.
So, should we go to your place play Warzone?
No, I actually just want to watch them get arrested, honestly. Can we just...
Can you drive?
Can we hang out?
course. Thanks.
Man, you don't even, like, revel in their misery? What the fuck, man?
Quite.
Attorney tries to scam businessman. Okay. It's an interesting story.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Nelson. This probably continues the same storyline. Someone actually fell in his store and hurt themselves this time.
All rise.
All right, you guys may be seated. All right, plaintiff, go ahead. Start.
He's a prime beat.
Thank you, Your Honor. As you can imagine, life is hard enough for my client who is disabled. But what makes it even harder is dealing with negligent business owners like the defendant.
Oh man, he actually did hurt himself in the store.
Wait your turn, defendant. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted.
That was pretty fucked up, Nelson. Let's keep that to a minimum, please.
My client here was using the restroom at the defendant's place of business. He was trying to get up when... May I approach the bench, Your Honor?
Jesus, Nelson came in there with a camera and took pictures of his cock, huh? You scumbag.
As you can
You
see,
fucking scumbag.
my client was holding on for dear life to grab the bar for support.
Who took these pictures?
But it was improperly attached,
Who
causing
came?
him
What?
to fall on the floor and injure his head. Thankfully, I was nearby to help take the photos.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
But if the defendant wasn't trying to cut corners and do such a shoddy job...
I did not try to cut any corners.
Hey, you can speak when it's your turn.
Shut the fuck up. You're out of order. This whole court is out of order.
But if the defendant wasn't so negligent in installing that bar, my client wouldn't be in a neck brace today. Therefore, we are demanding the defendant to pay $25,000 in damages and all attorney fees.
$25,000, that's gonna...
Order. I'm not gonna tell you. Be quiet again.
Are you drunk on the job, Your Honor? Jesus Christ.
Go
Stop.
ahead and
Stop. I'm
That's
trying
all I
to
have,
be
Your
upset.
But the evidence, it speaks for itself.
All right. Now, what do you have to say about all this?
Okay, look, that grab bar was not negligently installed. Okay, I did it myself, and I know I didn't cut any corners.
How do you explain all these pictures then?
How do you explain all these pictures? Why is his attorney at the fucking gas station and then instead of helping him, taking pictures in different positions of him in pain?
This is heading one direction.
Ask yourself the same questions, Your Honor, you fucking idiot.
The defendant is negligent in creating injuries to our plaintiff. Therefore, I have to rule in favor of the plaintiff.
What? No, Your Honor, please. I'll have to close down my business.
The decision's been made. Tomorrow, we'll get together and we'll talk about the damages.
Thank you.
That sounds good, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for fucking me in the ass, idiot. Dummy. Also, Nelson, why did you represent yourself? Where's your lawyer?
I hope you learned your lesson. When you take advantage of people, it comes back to you.
All right, next case, Tabitha Clemens versus Jake Odell.
Amazing.
Like clockwork.
You really think we'll get the full 25 grand?
Don't we always? I'm gonna try to squeeze out as much as I can in attorney fees.
This thing is really starting to itch.
My butt is really sore, so I'm just gonna stand.
What are you doing?
If anyone sees you, we'll both be exposed. Let's get out of here first. Plus, I found another business to hit up.
Let's go!
That's gonna be an easy one.
So you see, I'm homeless
Has a
now.
Dressing room. That's perfect. Just give me a couple minutes, then come in.
Okay, Pookie.
Excuse me, can you move?
Steve, please, can you move? Steve, come on.
Wait.
Steve, I need you to move.
Screwdriver is sticking out.
Oopsies. That would have been pretty bad, huh?
Hi, welcome.
Thanks for resub, Scuba, in the Prime Sky.
Can I? Yeah, sure.
Oh, hey, let me help you with that.
Thank you. That's so kind.
Surely they would have noticed after like the 10th time they've done this that the attorney always seems to be at the place of the crime.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Welcome in.
Oh. Hello.
Hello. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you mind if I try this on in the back?
Of course.
Thank you.
Nelson just looks like a perv. Yeah, he's going undercover. What do you understand about that?
What was that?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Are you okay?
Does it look like I'm okay?
Here, let me help you.
Maybe you should just stay right there.
Okay.
Oh no. What happened?
Well, I tried to grab the stupid grab bar, and it must not have been installed correctly because it fell when I was holding onto it. Ah! Oh, I think I broke something.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Would you like us to call you an ambulance?
First, I want to talk to an attorney. Ah, okay, I can't find my phone.
Here it is.
Watch the lights.
Oh my god. This is genius! And then we hit him with a baseball bat to ensure that there's an injury.
Step. My name is Stephanie, and I'm actually a personal injury attorney. I specialize in ADA cases.
Wow.
Really?
Thanks for the resub, Prince.
Yes.
And thanks,
of
player.
course. No one deserves to be treated like this, especially someone in a wheelchair.
Yeah, it is pretty despicable. You make me sick.
Is it okay if I take some pictures?
That's fine. Oh, it's cold. Why is it so cold?
It's almost over.
I hope you're happy with yourself.
Tell the owner he will be hearing from my office soon. This was really negligent of you
Thanks to
guys.
Tier 1 randomly Jennifer.
We'll let him know.
I mean, they're just employees. They don't care.
We're so sorry for what happened. You should be.
Is that true, Sam? That's rough. Hey, Steve. Steve actually hurts himself.
I just need one more second.
Why are you taking pictures?
Okay, look, this is gonna be hard to believe, but that guy was faking it all. He did the same thing to my business.
Yeah. You can tell just by looking at the holes.
Oh, Steve invented grab
The
bars.
screws came out of the wall. That's way too smooth to have been pulled out. So that means that somebody came by and unscrewed them.
I would have never thought of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He turns out to be the President of the United States.
Oh, you should have seen the look on their face. It was priceless.
Oh, I can only imagine. Oh, before I forget, here's that settlement from the restaurant case last week.
Wow. That is the easiest money I've ever made in my life.
Well.
It was a pleasure doing business with you, as always.
Mm-hmm.
I better get going. So here is your wheelchair.
Thanks.
Ha! I got you now.
What are you doing here?
And also, why did you jump scare
The
them?
biggest fraudsters on the
You
planet.
could have just taken these pictures and
Wait
then...
until the judge finds out about this.
Oh boy, you blew it.
To go to jail for a very long time.
You blew it. They're just gonna break your
Judge will
camera.
Find out about this.
What are you talking about? I got the pictures right here of
Oh.
you and yeah.
Stephanie.
Pretty reckless decision there, Nelson.
So where's your evidence now?
Should I say cheese?
So close.
Okay, you know what? It doesn't even matter.
No?
I'll just tell the judge what I saw.
Oh, and you think he'll believe you?
He's a prime solace.
You really don't think he's going to know what's going on here? When I tell him that you're going from business to business, pulling off the same scam?
Oh, well, it's not a crime to get injured at different places. But, you know, what do I know? I'm just an attorney.
Well, not for long.
We'll see you in court.
And, don't forget the checkbook.
I mean, you can't sue him again.
Look, I'm telling you, Your Honor, this is all one big scam. I saw it with my own eyes.
Is there any truth to this?
None whatsoever, Your Honor.
Yeah.
He's
So are you
trying to
scamming?
paint us in a bad light
No? Oh,
to
well.
avoid taking
Stop lying to me,
responsibility
Nelson.
for
You're going to
his
jail
own
now.
Negligence. I urge the court to issue punitive damages to punish the defendant for his lies.
Well, you are accusing them of some very serious crime.
Can you go to a judge that's
Do you
not
have
wasted?
Any evidence to substantiate your accusations?
Well, like I said, she grabbed my memory card and then she ate it.
I'm sorry, ate it? I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I've heard some pretty outrageous stories in my day, but that
He's a
one
tier
takes
1
the cake.
free lantern.
You can look up their court record. They have a history of filing cases against businesses.
Yeah, but even so, it's not illegal to have multiple injuries. In fact, it's kind of common among ADA cases. So my ruling stands.
No. Please. Look.
Where's Steve when we need
Shut
him?
down my whole business and look, I'm telling you the truth, okay? Just have to believe me.
Without proof to substantiate your story.
Steve, we need you.
I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you have
Exit Prime
any
Gucci.
evidence?
No.
All right. Well, then I hereby award $25,000 to the plaintiff for the demand, along with another $10,000 for your attorney fees.
Stop.
I own this courthouse.
Your Honor, the plaintiff and his attorney are both frauds.
Liar!
Who is this guy?
I mean, why should we be listening to him?
Oh, well, maybe because I'm the one with the folder full of photos of you committing fraud. Oh, and for what it's worth, I'm an undercover federal agent.
Oh,
I've been
Jesus.
investigating these two for quite a while now.
Classic Steve.
Wow. This is unbelievable.
Can you even see what you're looking at, Your Honor? You look so drunk.
Looks like
Can we get a
you've
better
been
attorney?
telling the truth
Or
from the beginning,
judge?
defendant.
Oh.
Okay, it was all her idea. She made me do it.
Oh, be quiet! You're just as
Guilty as I am.
Thanks to some weird
two.
champ and butter dog.
arrest me. You can't do that. I am an attorney. Get off of me.
You were an attorney. I'm going to make sure that you never practice law again.
Get these handcuffs off of
Thanks
me.
to Prime Deathly.
You're right about one thing. When you take advantage of people, it always comes back to you.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I cannot go back to prison. That's not a good place.
Nelson, you still fucked it. Like, I don't know what you were thinking. Steve's just the hero.
Well, this case is dismissed.
Can I get some money in return for all of this trouble? Nelson needs to understand how to handle himself better. Alright, We're all caught up. Why would I play Minecraft Bedrock Edition, man? I don't know why you keep asking that. No dramatize me tonight. I think that's plenty of Darman style videos for tonight. He got scammed in every video. Yeah. Yeah, he did. That's what happens. How do you eat ass without having stinky breath? I don't know, man. That's a good question. You could always just not worry about the stinky breath and like have mouthwash or something, like maybe chew gum, and no one would know you ate some ass. But if like the smell of your breath, like halitosis is the most concerning thing to you, the only way to win is not to play, so just don't eat ass. Thanks for the dollar, son. We already watched Jack the Ripper earlier from Lamino. It was so good. It was really fucking good. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it a night though. I'm getting tired. Thanks everyone for tuning in. To everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. And thanks to the Prime Squirts. I really appreciate the generosity, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening. Let's see who's streaming. Who haven't I tossed you to in a while? I don't remember the last time I tossed you to Dankin. He's playing Tales of Arise. Well, thanks again, everyone. I really appreciate it, and I will see you tomorrow. See ya. Well, that didn't work. Hold on. Let's try that again. Well, I guess we're not doing a raid tonight then. Thanks again, everyone. Have a great night. See ya.